Chapter 7, The Curse Revealed. The sun blazed high in the sky, its warmth casting a golden hue over the crimson tempest as it sailed further from the magical reef. The ship, once battered by the storm, now moved with an almost serene grace across the calm sea. On deck, the crew worked with renewed energy, their spirits lifted after the storm's fury had passed. There was a sense of quiet camaraderie among them, as though they had survived something far greater than a mere battle with nature. Yet, amidst the bustle, Captain Adrian Blackwood and Serena had retreated to a secluded part of the ship, their minds heavy with the weight of the revelation that was about to unfold. The soft lapping of the waves against the hull seemed to echo the growing tension between the two as they stood at the edge of the ship, watching the horizon stretch endlessly before them. Serena had been silent since their departure from the reef, her ethereal presence less vibrant in the light of day, as if the weight of her centuries-long burden had momentarily returned. Adrian, ever the curious and determined captain, could sense that the time for answers had come. The mysteries that had swirled around their meeting, and the prophecy she had hinted at, demanded to be brought into the light. He could no longer ignore the pull of the unknown that seemed to bind them together. Serena's eyes, normally filled with quiet strength, now held a vulnerability that Adrian had not yet seen. She took a deep breath, as if gathering the courage to finally speak the truth that had haunted her for so long. "I've lived with this curse for longer than I can remember," she began, her voice softer than usual, the melody of it tinged with sadness. "It is my responsibility to protect the magical reef, to guard its secrets, and ensure that none disturb the balance it holds. But this duty comes with a cost, one I have borne alone for centuries. The prophecy speaks of a time when a soul from the surface will arrive, someone whose fate is tied to mine, and together, we must unlock the truth of this place and break the curse that binds me." Adrian listened intently, his heart heavy with the realization that their fates had been written long before they had ever met. The gravity of her words settled over him like a storm, and for a moment, he found himself at a loss for what to say. He had come to this journey seeking treasure and adventure, but now, it seemed, his path had veered into something far greater. Serena, bound by an ancient curse, was not simply a guardian of the reef, she was a prisoner of her own fate. As the sun continued its slow ascent in the sky, casting long shadows across the ship, Adrian understood that their journey was not just about survival or discovery, but about something much more profound, the opportunity to change the course of history itself. Seated on a weathered wooden crate near the edge of the ship, Serena's gaze was fixed on the horizon, where the calm waters stretched out infinitely. The soft ripples of the sea shimmered in the late afternoon light, but her eyes held none of the tranquility that surrounded her. Instead, there was a far-off look, as though her mind was adrift in the depths of time itself, revisiting moments long past. Her posture was relaxed yet strained, as if the weight of centuries had momentarily pressed her down. It was a rare moment of vulnerability, a crack in the walls she had so carefully constructed around herself. The serene beauty of the sea did little to soothe her troubled heart. Her thoughts seemed far from the present, lost in a past burdened by the curse she had spoken of. Adrian, observing her from a distance, felt an almost magnetic pull toward her. His curiosity, tempered with empathy, had grown stronger with each passing day. The mysteries surrounding Serena were numerous, but it was clear that her past was deeply tied to the very heart of the magical reef. Adrian, though typically driven by a thirst for adventure, now found himself intrigued by something more profound, a story that reached beyond treasure or triumph, one that involved a person shackled by fate. He stepped quietly to her side, taking a seat on a nearby crate, his presence offering no disruption to her thoughts. There was a careful, respectful silence between them, as though both were bracing for the revelations that were bound to unfold. When Serena finally spoke, her voice broke the silence like a soft wave against a distant shore. "The reef, it's more than just a place of magic. It's alive in ways that most cannot understand. Its secrets are tied to the very fabric of my existence." Her words came slowly, weighed down by the depth of what she was about to share. She turned slightly toward Adrian, her eyes meeting his with an intensity that suggested the gravity of the truth she was about to unveil. I wasn't always this way, bound to the reef, bound to a prophecy. There was a time when I was free, when my life was my own. But that was before the curse took hold, before I became the guardian. Adrian leaned forward slightly, his attention rapt. The calm of the sea around them seemed to fade into the background, and the only sound was the gentle creaking of the ship as it sailed. Serena's words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of her history. The revelation was more than he had anticipated. It was a story of loss, of sacrifice, and of a fate that had been woven long before they had crossed paths. Adrian could feel the intensity of the moment, the sense that their journey was shifting, moving towards something far beyond the boundaries of their previous understanding. The path they were on now was no longer just about navigating the seas. It was about unraveling a tale that had been centuries in the making. Serena's gaze shifted back toward the horizon, her eyes narrowing as if seeking the distant past in the depths of the endless ocean. She inhaled deeply, as though preparing herself to speak of the curse that had been her constant companion for centuries. The silence between them seemed to stretch, the weight of the truth heavy in the air. Her voice, when it came, was soft, yet each word carried the force of a story that had been buried for far too long. The curse was cast upon me long ago, by a force tied to the very essence of the reef. She began, her tone almost reverent as she spoke of the magic that bound her. It was a punishment, but also a responsibility. I was chosen, or perhaps cursed, to be its guardian, its protector. For centuries, I've watched over this place, bound to its magic, ensuring its secrets remain hidden from those who would seek to exploit it. Adrian listened intently, the curiosity that had been brewing in him now tempered with a sense of awe. He could feel the weight of her words as if they were carved into the ship's very timbers. The calmness of the sea around them seemed to amplify the intensity of the moment. Serena continued, her voice tinged with a sorrow that seemed as old as the sea itself. The reef is a place of power, a source of untold magic. But it is also dangerous, a place where greed and ambition can easily destroy what is most precious. The curse was meant to keep the balance, to ensure that no one would disturb it, that no one would use its power for selfish purposes. But in doing so, it locked me here, bound to its depths, unable to leave, unable to find peace. Adrian's brow furrowed as he absorbed her words. So, you're saying you were chosen to protect the reef, but in doing so, you became trapped here, bound by this curse? He asked, his voice full of understanding and empathy. Serena nodded slowly, her eyes downcast. Yes. It is both a gift and a prison. The prophecy speaks of a time when a soul from the surface would come, a person whose fate is tied to the reef, whose actions could either free me from my curse or bind me to it forever. And now I believe that person is you. She turned to face him, her eyes meeting his with an intensity that seemed to pierce through the veil of time. The prophecy has been passed down through generations, but no one ever thought it would come to pass, not until now. Adrian's heart raced as the weight of her words sank in. He had heard of prophecies before, tales of fate and destiny, but this felt different. This felt real, and the responsibility that now rested on his shoulders seemed almost too much to bear. And what exactly am I supposed to do? He asked, his voice steady despite the rush of uncertainty flooding his mind. Serena's gaze softened, and for a brief moment, the sorrow in her eyes gave way to something more hopeful. I don't know yet. The prophecy speaks of a journey, of challenges to be faced, but it also suggests that together, we can uncover the secrets of the reef. There are hidden truths, about the magic, about my curse, and perhaps even about your own destiny, that we must uncover. Only then will we know if the curse can truly be broken. Adrian stood in silence for a moment, taking in the magnitude of the situation. The sea stretched out before them, vast and uncharted, much like the path that now lay ahead. He could feel the pull of something greater than himself, something ancient and powerful, beckoning him toward a destiny he had never imagined. He glanced at Serena, her figure outlined by the golden light of the setting sun, and knew that their fates were indeed intertwined. Then we will uncover it, he said, his voice firm with a newfound determination. Together, we will face whatever comes, and find a way to free you from this curse. Serena's eyes softened, a faint smile touching her lips as she nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Captain Blackwood. I believe this is the beginning of something far greater than either of us could have ever anticipated." Serena's voice trembled slightly as she spoke, but there was an undeniable strength beneath the layers of emotion. Her eyes, shimmering with the wisdom of centuries, held Adrian's gaze, silently imploring him to understand the weight of her words. "The sea chose me because of my connection to its magic, my deep bond with the creatures that call it home. But the curse was not a choice. It was forced upon me by an ancient force, one that believed only a guardian bound to the reef could prevent its power from falling into the wrong hands. In exchange for my duty, I was granted immortality, but at the cost of my freedom. I cannot leave the waters, cannot walk on land, and I can never know peace until the curse is broken." Adrian felt the enormity of her words settle in his chest like a stone, his mind reeling as he tried to make sense of the path that had led them here. He could see the toll the centuries had taken on her, both in the sadness that lingered in her eyes and the way her shoulders seemed to carry a weight too great for any one being. Her life had been one of isolation and duty, a never-ending vigil over a magical place no one was meant to disturb. "You've been trapped here all this time, alone, with only the reef for company?" he asked, his voice gentle, but filled with a deep sense of sympathy. Serena nodded, the sadness in her expression deepening. "Yes. At first I thought I could bear it. I believed that my role was important, that I was protecting something greater than myself. But the years turned into centuries, and the loneliness became unbearable. I've seen countless ships pass by, their crews unaware of the magic beneath them, unaware of the burden I carry. And all the while, the prophecy loomed, a constant reminder that I cannot break free alone." Her voice faltered, and she lowered her gaze for a moment, as if to shield herself from the vulnerability that threatened to overwhelm her. "The prophecy speaks of a soul from the surface, someone destined to help me. But it also warns that the wrong person could destroy everything I've worked to protect." Adrian stood silent for a moment, the weight of her confession hanging between them. The sea seemed to still around them, as though it too were listening. He understood now the magnitude of what Serena had endured, and the enormity of the responsibility that had been thrust upon both of them. "I can't pretend to understand what it's been like for you," he said finally, his voice steady but filled with empathy. "But I can promise you this, I won't let you face this alone. If there's a way to break the curse, we'll find it together. And if that means protecting the reef in the process, then we'll do that too." Serena looked up at him, her eyes bright with unshed tears, but the faintest flicker of hope had returned to them. "Thank you, Captain. Together, we may just have a chance." Serena's eyes softened as she looked toward the reef, the colors of its coral and seaweed dancing in the sunlight like an intricate tapestry. The sight of it brought a mix of both comfort and sorrow. Comfort in knowing that it was her responsibility to protect such beauty, but sorrow because it had been her prison for centuries. She sighed, the weight of her words hanging in the air. "The enchantment was cast long ago, by the forces of the sea itself, or perhaps even by those who sought to harness its magic. It was meant to ensure that no one could ever plunder the reef's secrets, to protect its delicate balance. And in doing so, it entwined my fate with it, making me its eternal guardian." Her voice grew quieter as she continued, as though she were speaking of a memory too painful to relive fully. "The magic of the reef is unlike anything else in the world. It is alive, its power coursing through the waters, protecting and healing everything around it. I was chosen, not by choice, but by the will of the sea. I became the guardian, tasked with keeping its secrets safe, but in return, I was bound to the reef, never able to leave its waters. I cannot step foot on land, cannot walk freely like other beings, because if I do, the magic of the reef will start to fade." She paused, the vulnerability in her expression softening her otherwise regal demeanor. Adrian listened intently, his heart aching for Serena as he understood the gravity of her curse. He could see how deeply it had shaped her, how it had isolated her from the world she had once known. She wasn't just a guardian, she was a prisoner of her own duty. "So, this is why you've stayed hidden?" Adrian murmured, his gaze shifting from the distant reef to her face. why you've kept your distance from the world above the waves. Serena nodded, the sadness in her eyes flickering like a shadow. Yes. I've watched from afar, unable to interfere directly, waiting for the day when the prophecy would come true. But I never expected someone like you, someone from the surface, to be the key. It's overwhelming. The silence between them stretched, filled with the weight of their shared understanding. Adrian's mind raced as he thought about the enormity of Serena's curse and the responsibility they now shared. So, the prophecy, it's not just about the reef or breaking your curse, Adrian said slowly, piecing things together. It's about the balance of this whole place, isn't it? If the wrong person comes along, everything you've been protecting could fall apart. Serena's eyes met his, her expression earnest. Exactly. The reef is more than just a natural wonder, it is a nexus of magic. If someone with ill intentions seeks its power, they could unravel everything, and my curse would become a distant memory, overshadowed by chaos. That is why I must be cautious, why I cannot trust easily, and why I need you, someone with both the heart and the strength to safeguard it alongside me. Serena took a moment, her gaze fixed on the horizon as if searching for the right words within the vast expanse of the sea. The waves rippled gently, the calm after the storm offering an eerie tranquility. The prophecy is old, passed down through whispers of the wind and the tide. It speaks of a time when a soul from the surface, someone chosen by fate, would cross paths with the guardian of the reef. This soul, driven by a deep desire to protect, would help break the curse and restore balance to the waters. But the prophecy is not clear on how this will happen, or what dangers we will face along the way. She turned her gaze back to Adrian, her eyes reflecting both the wisdom of the ages and the uncertainty that had plagued her for centuries. What I do know is that this person, this soul, is not just a random individual. They must possess a unique strength, a heart full of courage and a spirit that can withstand the trials ahead. The prophecy doesn't specify exactly who that person will be, but it's always been clear that the moment we meet, our fates would be irrevocably intertwined. Serena's voice softened, a trace of vulnerability slipping through her usual composure. And now I believe that person is you, Captain Blackwood. Adrian felt a shiver run down his spine at the weight of her words. He had never thought of himself as someone destined for anything grand, let alone to play a part in such an ancient prophecy. But why me? I'm just a pirate, a man trying to survive in a world full of chaos. How could I possibly help you with something like this? The questions tumbled from his lips, his confusion palpable. Serena's gaze remained steady, as though she had been waiting for him to ask that very question. You are more than just a pirate, Adrian, she said softly. You have a fire within you, one that burns for something greater than yourself. I've sensed it since the moment we met. The path ahead will test us both, but I believe you are the key to unlocking the answers we need. You are the one who can help me break free from this curse. The air between them seemed to pulse with the weight of their shared destiny, the prophecy now an undeniable force drawing them together. As Adrian considered her words, he realized that, despite the doubts swirling in his mind, a part of him knew she was right. He had already seen the strength within himself, even if he hadn't fully understood it. And now, faced with this ancient prophecy, he could feel the pull of fate guiding him towards something much larger than himself, something that would challenge everything he thought he knew. The future was uncertain, but one thing was clear: together, they would face whatever lay ahead, and nothing would stand in their way. Serena's gaze shifted to the horizon as she recalled the ancient words, her voice tinged with the weight of centuries. The prophecy speaks of a time when the reef's magic would falter, and a soul from the surface would come seeking its secrets. It foretells that this soul would be key to understanding the balance of power between the reef and the forces that threaten it. Her voice trembled slightly, as if the gravity of her words were too heavy to bear. For generations, the reef has remained in a delicate equilibrium, protected by its magic and my guardianship. But even the strongest spells weaken over time, and it is said that when the reef's magic falters, only the right person, someone with the ability to restore balance, will have the power to save it. Adrian absorbed her words, feeling the full scope of the responsibility she was describing. He had always thought of the sea as a wild, untamable force, but now he was beginning to understand just how fragile its balance truly was. "So, the reef is in danger," he said slowly, his mind racing with the implications. "But what does this have to do with me? How am I supposed to restore that balance?" Serena's expression softened, and she met his gaze with a look that was both reassuring and laden with sorrow. "The prophecy does not provide all the answers," she replied. "It only speaks of the person who will come to understand the true nature of the reef's magic and the threats that loom over it. The soul from the surface will have the power to bridge the gap between the ancient forces that protect the reef and those that would seek to exploit its power." The wind picked up, swirling around them as if responding to the gravity of their conversation. "There are many who seek the power of the reef for their own gain, greedy pirates, conquerors, and those who would disturb the fragile peace that has kept it hidden for centuries," Serena continued. "But the prophecy does not just speak of outside forces. It speaks of something far more dangerous, the internal imbalance within the reef's magic itself. Over time, the magic that binds it has become tainted, and unless the right person can cleanse it, the very heart of the reef will be lost forever." Adrian's chest tightened as he realized the magnitude of the task before them. He had never imagined that his life would be tied to such an ancient, powerful cause. But something deep within him, an undeniable pull, told him that this was no accident. "So I'm the one who has to fix it," he said, more to himself than to her, the weight of his newfound responsibility settling over him. Serena nodded, her eyes filled with both hope and uncertainty. "Yes, Captain. You are the one who can restore the balance. But to do so, we must uncover the truths hidden within the reef's depths. Only then will we know how to stop the forces that threaten it, and how to break the curse that binds me to this place." Serena's eyes locked onto Adrian's with an intensity that seemed to penetrate his very soul. The weight of her words hung in the air between them, almost tangible. "According to the prophecy," she continued, her voice steady but filled with an underlying sense of urgency, "the guardian of the reef, me, would find their fate entwined with this surface dweller. It is said that together, we would uncover the hidden truths and, through our actions, either break the curse or strengthen the reef's protection." Her words left a heavy silence in their wake, as if the very air around them had stilled in acknowledgement of the ancient forces at play. Adrian's mind raced, struggling to piece together the implications of what she had just revealed. He had known their meeting was no coincidence, but this prophecy suggested something far more significant than mere chance. "So, the reef's fate, and yours, are tied to mine now?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Serena's expression softened, but there was a flicker of something dark in her eyes, as if the weight of her role had become too much to bear. "Yes," she confirmed quietly, her voice tinged with sadness. "The prophecy does not say how or why, only that the guardian's destiny is bound to the surface dweller who comes seeking the secrets of the reef. It is a connection that neither of us can deny." She turned her gaze back to the calm sea, as though searching for something beyond its vast expanse. "The prophecy is both a blessing and a burden. If we succeed in uncovering the truths hidden within the reef, it will mean the end of my curse and the restoration of the balance the reef needs to survive. But if we fail, it will only solidify my bond to this place, and the forces threatening the reef will only grow stronger." Her words were heavy, and Adrian felt the enormity of what they were about to embark upon start to settle in his chest like a stone. The stakes were far higher than he had imagined, and yet, a part of him felt an unexplainable sense of resolve, as though this was the very purpose he had been waiting for. "Together," Serena repeated, turning her gaze back to him, her expression filled with both determination and vulnerability. "Our actions, our choices, will shape the outcome. Whether we break the curse or reinforce the protection of the reef, our fates are now intertwined. I cannot do this alone, and I believe that, despite the darkness ahead, we have the strength to change the course of what is written in the prophecy." Adrian met her gaze, his mind made up. There was no turning back now, but he knew that with Serena by his side, the weight of the world, however heavy, could be carried together. Adrian's brow furrowed with concern, his voice thick with both curiosity and worry. But why are you bound by this curse? What is the nature of the enchantment? His words seemed to echo over the quiet sea, demanding answers that Serena had kept hidden for centuries. She exhaled slowly, as if preparing herself for a revelation that she had never truly shared with anyone. Her gaze drifted once again to the shimmering expanse of the reef in the distance, the place that both tormented and anchored her existence. The weight of the past seemed to settle deeper into her chest as she gathered the words. The enchantment, she began, her voice low, was cast long ago by the ancients, those who first harnessed the reef's magic and understood its power. They recognized that the reef was not just a source of beauty, but a force that could either protect or destroy, depending on how it was treated. I was chosen to safeguard it, to ensure its secrets were kept from those who would seek to exploit its power. She paused, her fingers tracing the edge of the crate she was seated on, as though drawing strength from the physical connection. The curse is not one of my own choosing, but a consequence of my duty. It binds me to this place, preventing me from ever truly leaving or experiencing freedom. Adrian listened intently, feeling a deep sympathy for her plight. He could sense the centuries of isolation and duty that weighed upon her shoulders. So, you're trapped here, bound to the reef by this enchantment, with no way to break free? His words were soft, but the frustration in them was clear. Serena's gaze hardened slightly, her expression pained but resolute. Yes, I am bound, she replied, her voice tinged with a quiet bitterness. But it is not just about physical freedom. The magic of the reef entwines with my soul, tying me to its very existence. It is as though the reef and I are two halves of a whole. If the reef suffers, I suffer. If it thrives, so do I. I have watched its beauty fade over the centuries, and each time it weakens, so does my strength. The enchantment was meant to protect the reef, but over time, it has become a cage. She turned back to face Adrian, her eyes reflecting a vulnerability he had not seen before. The prophecy, however, gives me a sliver of hope. It suggests that my fate can be changed, that the right person, someone with the courage to face what lies hidden beneath the surface, may be able to undo the curse. That is why we must work together, Captain. The reef's magic is failing, and without a solution, the consequences will reach far beyond just me. We must uncover its secrets, or everything I have guarded for centuries will be lost forever. Her words hung in the air, and Adrian felt the enormity of their task settle in. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. Serena sighed deeply, her breath heavy with the weight of long-held regret. Her eyes, once bright with the hope of freedom, now seemed clouded with sorrow as she continued. The curse was a punishment for a transgression committed long ago, she began, her voice tinged with the bitterness of a past that still haunted her. I was entrusted with the reef's protection, a sacred duty that I took on willingly. But in a moment of weakness, I failed. There were those who sought to exploit the reef's magic, greedy men who desired its power for themselves. I allowed them too close, and in my attempt to keep them at bay, I made a choice that shattered the trust placed in me. Her gaze drifted to the horizon, as if trying to escape the painful memories that clung to her words. The silence between them stretched for a moment, and Adrian felt a growing sense of empathy for the guardian who had been bound by both her mistakes and her responsibilities. What happened? He asked softly, not wanting to push too hard but feeling the need to understand. Serena's lips pressed into a thin line, her eyes narrowing as she recalled the moment that had changed everything. The reef's magic is not just a force of nature. It is an ancient power, a gift and a curse, one that demands balance and respect. I failed to maintain that balance, and the magic retaliated. The enchantment that now binds me to this place is both a punishment and a safeguard, ensuring that I never forget my failure while protecting the reef from those who would abuse it again. Her voice faltered for a brief moment, the weight of her guilt threatening to overwhelm her. Adrian's heart ached for her, the burden she carried so clear in the way she spoke of her past. He could see how deeply the mistake had marked her, how much she had sacrificed in her efforts to atone. So, you're bound to the reef not just because of your duty, but because of your failure? He asked, his voice gentle, as if offering a space for her to unburden herself. Serena nodded slowly, her gaze fixed on the calm waters that stretched out before them. Yes. The magic keeps me here, tethered to the reef, ensuring that its protection is never compromised again. It also keeps me from the life I once dreamed of, a life free from this endless cycle of guardianship. It is my penance, and yet, in a strange way, it also serves as a protection, preventing the reef from falling into the wrong hands once more. She turned her eyes back to Adrian, and there was a flicker of something new in her gaze, a spark of hope, perhaps, that had long been absent. But the prophecy, she continued, her voice firm now, it suggests that there may be a way to undo the curse. That with the right person, someone who can face the challenges ahead and uncover the secrets buried within the reef, the cycle may be broken. Maybe, just maybe, I can fulfill my duty and find the redemption I've been searching for all this time. Her words hung in the air, and Adrian felt the gravity of her situation settle over him once more. The journey ahead was uncertain, but he knew that together, they would face whatever lay ahead, and perhaps, together, they could rewrite her fate. Serena's voice trembled slightly as she spoke, her eyes glistening with unshed tears that reflected the depth of her sorrow. I have lived for centuries in this curse, she continued, her words heavy with the weight of time. Watching over the reef, knowing that I am its protector, but also its prisoner. Each day, I long for release from this endless duty. The reef, beautiful and untouchable, is both my charge and my cage. I have witnessed countless changes, storms, explorers, greed, but I have never been free to leave. Her hand brushed over the water, the motion gentle but filled with a quiet longing. The sea, in all its vastness, had become her only companion, and yet, it was a constant reminder of her confinement. She paused for a moment, taking a deep breath as if to steady herself before continuing. The prophecy suggests that there is a chance for redemption, she said, her voice steadying with a hint of hope. But it is not a simple thing. It requires a great sacrifice, a willingness to give up something precious in order to break the curse. The magic that binds me is ancient and complex, woven into the very fabric of the reef. Understanding it fully is not something that can be done easily. It demands knowledge, courage, and a bond that goes deeper than mere duty. Serena's gaze shifted to Adrian, her eyes pleading as if silently asking for his understanding. I cannot break the curse alone. The prophecy speaks of us, of you and me, and how we must work together to unlock the truth hidden within the reef. Adrian felt the weight of her words settle on him, the enormity of the task ahead becoming clearer with each passing second. He could see the centuries of weariness in her eyes, the quiet desperation to find peace, and the fear that her redemption might never come. What is the sacrifice? He asked quietly, his voice tinged with both concern and determination. Serena's eyes flickered with uncertainty, and for a brief moment, she looked away. The sacrifice may be something I have not yet fully understood, something that I will have to face when the time comes, she replied softly. But it will not be easy. No redemption ever is. Her words were heavy with the knowledge that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, and yet, there was a flicker of something else in her eyes, a fragile hope that, for the first time in centuries, she might have a chance at freedom. Adrian reached out, placing a hand gently on hers. We'll figure it out together, he said, his voice firm and resolute. Whatever the cost, we'll face it together. You don't have to do this alone anymore. Serena met his gaze, her heart swelling with a mixture of gratitude and cautious hope. For the first time in so long, she allowed herself to believe that there might be a way out, if not for herself alone, then for both of them, as they navigated the uncertain path that lay ahead. The prophecy had set their fates on a collision course, and while the journey would be perilous, Serena no longer felt as though she had to walk it alone. Adrian's heart ached as he listened to Serena's words, the weight of her burden pressing down on him. He could see the centuries of sorrow in her eyes, the quiet resignation that had settled into her being. His chest tightened with empathy, and for a moment, the vastness of the sea felt smaller, as if the distance between them had closed. She had lived for so long under the shadow of this curse, forced to protect the very thing that kept her bound to a life of solitude and longing. Adrian felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. not only for the reef but for her. He reached out, placing a hand gently on her shoulder, his voice soft but filled with determination. So, you're saying that our path together is not just about protecting the reef but also about finding a way to free you from this curse? Serena nodded, her gaze steady as she met his eyes, the gravity of their shared mission settling between them. Yes, she said quietly, her voice thick with emotion. The prophecy has always spoken of the reef's protection, but it has also alluded to the possibility of breaking the curse. It's not just about keeping the secrets hidden or preserving the magic of this place. It's about finding the right moment and the right person to help me fulfill my purpose. Her eyes lingered on the horizon, where the sea stretched endlessly, as if searching for the answers that had eluded her for so long. For centuries, I have waited, watching for a sign, for someone who could help me understand what this prophecy truly means. And now, that person is you. Adrian felt a sense of awe wash over him, mixed with the realization of just how deep their connection ran. Their paths, once separate, had been woven together by fate, and the prophecy that Serena spoke of now felt more like a call to action than a distant mystery. He knew that the road ahead would be dangerous, filled with uncertainties and sacrifices, but he couldn't help the surge of resolve that filled him. "We'll figure this out, Serena," he said, his voice strong and unwavering. "I'm not going to let you bear this burden alone. Whatever it takes, we'll find a way to break your curse." His words were not just promises. They were a vow, a commitment to stand by her side no matter what challenges awaited them. Serena's expression softened, the flicker of hope she had long suppressed finally beginning to stir within her. For the first time in centuries, she felt the faintest spark of possibility, an ember of belief that, with Adrian's help, she might find the freedom she had yearned for. She didn't know how they would unravel the mysteries of the prophecy or what sacrifices they would have to make, but in that moment, she knew one thing for certain: they were no longer alone in their fight. Together, they would uncover the hidden truths, face the dangers lurking in the deep, and hopefully, unlock the key to her redemption. Serena's expression was one of quiet resolve, the weight of her centuries-long burden evident in the set of her jaw and the firmness in her eyes. She nodded slowly, her gaze unwavering as she turned to face Adrian. "Yes," she replied, her voice steady and filled with purpose. "Our journey will involve uncovering the ancient secrets of the reef, understanding the magic that binds me, and finding a way to break the curse. It will not be an easy path. There will be dangers, forces far older and more powerful than either of us that will seek to prevent us from reaching the truth." The depth of her experience, the quiet power she carried within her, shone through in her words, as if every word was weighed by the centuries she had lived. Adrian listened closely, his mind already beginning to form a picture of what lay ahead. He could see the enormity of the task before them, the magnitude of what they were about to undertake. But even as he felt the weight of it, a fire began to build in his chest, one that mirrored the determination in Serena's eyes. He knew this was no ordinary journey. They were not just fighting for survival or for the reef's protection. They were battling against the curse that held Serena captive, and the stakes were higher than he could have imagined. "I'll be with you, every step of the way," he vowed, his voice low but unwavering. "We'll face whatever challenges come together." Serena's gaze softened at his words, and for a fleeting moment, the centuries of solitude seemed to lift from her shoulders. His commitment, his willingness to stand by her side, gave her a sense of hope she hadn't allowed herself to feel in so long. "Thank you, Captain," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the gentle lap of the waves against the ship. "You may not fully understand what you're agreeing to, but it means more to me than I can express." Despite her gratitude, she knew that the path ahead would be fraught with unimaginable trials. The magic of the reef, the forces binding her, and the mysteries hidden in the depths would not give up their secrets easily. Adrian met her gaze with a strength that seemed to grow with each passing moment. "I don't need to fully understand it yet," he said, his tone quiet but firm. "I trust you, Serena, and I trust that we're meant to do this together." The weight of their shared responsibility settled in the silence between them, but it was no longer a burden. It was a bond that had formed in the heat of danger, a partnership forged in the depths of the sea. And with that, they both knew that their journey was no longer just about breaking a curse or protecting an ancient reef. It was about something deeper, something that would change the course of their lives forever. Adrian's hand rested gently on Serena's shoulder, a solid, grounding presence amidst the turmoil of their shared burden. His touch, warm and steady, offered a quiet strength that contrasted with the storm of emotions swirling within her. Serena looked up at him, her heart stirred by the sincerity in his words. For centuries, she had carried the weight of the curse alone, and now, with Adrian by her side, the world seemed a little less heavy. She could feel the truth in his promise, that they were no longer separate entities but partners bound by a shared fate. Her breath caught in her throat, and for a moment she allowed herself to feel the flicker of hope she had buried deep within. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice softer than usual. She had never allowed herself to rely on anyone before, and yet in Adrian's presence, the possibility of breaking free from the curse felt more tangible than ever. The journey ahead would be fraught with peril, but she no longer feared it in the same way. With Adrian's unwavering support, the path seemed less daunting, though no less uncertain. Adrian met her gaze with a quiet determination. "I know how much this means to you," he said, his voice steady with resolve. "We'll uncover the secrets of the reef, and we'll face whatever dangers come our way. Whatever happens, we'll do it together." His words were simple, but the weight of them carried the promise of something profound. This wasn't just a journey to lift a curse, it was a commitment to something greater, a bond that went beyond the surface of their mission. Adrian's loyalty to Serena, forged in the fire of their shared struggles, now became the foundation of their quest. Serena nodded slowly, her chest tightening with an unfamiliar emotion. She had not expected to feel such an overwhelming sense of relief from his words. For so long, she had believed she was destined to be alone in her fight, trapped in the endless cycle of the curse. But now, with Adrian's vow, something deep within her shifted. She wasn't alone anymore. "Together," she echoed softly, feeling the weight of the words settle within her. Whatever the future held, they would face it side by side. And for the first time in centuries, Serena allowed herself to believe that maybe breaking the curse was not just a distant dream, it could be a reality. Serena's gaze softened as she looked at Adrian, the weight of her centuries-old curse briefly lifting from her shoulders. There was a newfound warmth in her expression, a spark of hope that had been dimmed for so long. For the first time in years, she allowed herself to believe that her fate might not be as inevitable as she had always feared. Adrian's steadfast presence, his willingness to help her despite the unknown dangers, filled her with a profound sense of gratitude. "Thank you, Captain," she said, her voice quieter now but full of sincerity. "Your willingness to help means more to me than you can know." Adrian's heart swelled with a sense of purpose at her words, and the bond between them felt stronger than ever. He had always believed that courage could move mountains, but as he gazed at Serena, he realized that their connection was something far more powerful. Together, they had the potential to unravel the mysteries of the reef, to break the chains that bound Serena to her curse, and to protect something far greater than either of them had imagined. He knew the road ahead would not be easy, but with her by his side, there was no challenge they couldn't face. "We'll find it, Serena," he said, his voice filled with conviction. "Whatever it takes." Serena nodded, the weight of her centuries-long burden now shared between them. She had always feared the complexity of the reef's magic, the way it intertwined with her own life, making escape seem impossible. But with Adrian's courage and her own knowledge of the ancient magics that governed the reef, she finally felt that a glimmer of hope was within reach. "The reef's magic is intricate and powerful," she explained, her eyes reflecting both the sorrow of her past and the hope of her future. "It's woven into the very fabric of this place, and for centuries, I've been bound to its will. But I believe that with your strength and my knowledge, we can uncover the truth that lies hidden beneath the surface." Adrian looked out at the endless expanse of ocean, a sense of resolve settling in his chest. They had only just begun to scratch the surface of this journey, but already, the weight of the prophecy and the bond between them were taking shape. The mysteries of the reef were vast and daunting, but for the first time, Adrian felt confident that they would find the answers they sought. "We'll uncover it, Serena," he promised again, his eyes meeting hers with unwavering certainty. "Together, we'll break the curse and restore balance to this place. You don't have to face this alone anymore." As Adrian and Serena sat together, the quiet hum of the sea around them seemed to mirror the weight of their shared mission. The air was thick with anticipation, the gravity of what lay ahead sinking in. Their fates were intertwined now, bound by the prophecy and the mysterious curse that had held Serena captive for centuries. The enormity of the task before them, uncovering the secrets of the magical reef, understanding its ancient magic, and finding a way to break the curse, was daunting, but it no longer felt insurmountable. With each passing moment, their bond grew stronger, a quiet but unshakable resolve forming between them. Adrian's thoughts raced, swirling with the implications of everything Serena had shared. The weight of the prophecy and the mysteries that lay buried beneath the surface of the reef made the future feel both exhilarating and uncertain. But as he glanced at Serena, he found solace in the steady determination that now filled her eyes. She was no longer the solitary guardian bound to her curse. She was a partner, someone whose strength and wisdom would guide them through the challenges ahead. And he, too, was ready to play his part, no longer just the captain of a ship but a co-conspirator in unraveling the truths that had long remained hidden. The ocean stretched out before them, vast and infinite, a world of secrets waiting to be uncovered. Each wave that crashed against the crimson tempest seemed to carry with it the promise of something more, something ancient and profound that would change everything they thought they knew. As the sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting the ship in the warm glow of twilight, Adrian felt the weight of their shared responsibility. Yet, there was a flicker of hope in the air, a quiet sense that together, they would find a way to unlock the mysteries that had kept them in suspense for so long. In the silence between them, a deep understanding settled. They weren't just two individuals thrown together by fate. They were now part of something larger, an ancient story that had been waiting for the right people to uncover its truths. With each step they took toward the reef, they grew closer not only to breaking Serena's curse but to discovering the magic that had shaped the very world they sailed upon. The road ahead would be long and fraught with challenges, but in that moment, as they sat side by side, they knew they were ready for whatever came next. As the sun bathed the ocean in a golden light, Adrian and Serena stood at the edge of the crimson tempest, ready to embark on the next chapter of their journey. The sea stretched out before them, vast and unpredictable, yet there was a calmness in the air that mirrored the quiet resolve in their hearts. The weight of the curse Serena had carried for centuries now lay between them, but it no longer felt like an insurmountable burden. Instead, it was a challenge they would face together. With the prophecy guiding their steps, they knew that their path was set, their destinies entwined in ways neither of them fully understood yet. Serena's eyes scanned the horizon, her gaze filled with a quiet determination as she thought of the long journey ahead. The reef, with its secrets and ancient magic, awaited them, and while the danger was undeniable, so was the sense of purpose that burned within her. For the first time in centuries, she felt that the weight of her curse might finally be lifted, not by her alone, but through the help of the man who had unexpectedly crossed her path. Adrian's presence gave her hope, and together they would uncover the truth behind the reef's magic and the enchantment that bound her to it. Adrian stood beside her, his mind focused and steady. The sea, which had once seemed a place of uncertainty and peril, now held the promise of answers. His thoughts often drifted to the mysterious connection between him and Serena, to the destiny they shared and the prophecy that had drawn him into this ancient tale. With each passing moment, he grew more certain that their bond, formed in the face of danger, was the key to unlocking the secrets of the reef. What lay beneath the surface was no longer just a mystery to be solved. It was a challenge that called to him, urging him to confront the unknown and protect the one who had already given so much. As they prepared to set sail, a sense of unity settled between them. The wind caught the sails of the Crimson Tempest, and with it, the promise of new horizons, new challenges, and new discoveries. Their journey would take them deep into the heart of the magical reef, where danger and wonder coexisted in equal measure. But no matter what lay ahead, Adrian and Serena knew that together, they would uncover the answers they sought and face the forces that threatened to tear apart the delicate balance of the world they inhabited. Chapter 8: Adrian's Gratitude. The Crimson Tempest glided effortlessly through the serene waters, its majestic sails billowing in the soft morning breeze. The ship's wooden hull creaked as it cut through the calm sea, a stark contrast to the violent storm that had ravaged them only days before. The crew worked in quiet unison, repairing the final touches on the ship's rigging and sails, returning to their usual tasks. Despite the return of normalcy to the ship's rhythm, there was an undercurrent of unease, a quiet tension that hung in the air, as though the sea itself still whispered of the storm's fury. Everyone aboard knew that they had weathered more than just a physical tempest. The journey ahead was fraught with unknowns, and the memory of what had transpired still lingered like a storm cloud on the horizon. Captain Adrian Blackwood stood at the bow, his hands clasped behind his back, eyes fixed on the horizon. The steady movement of the ship beneath him was a comfort, a rhythm he knew well, but his mind was far from the routine of sailing. Serena's words echoed in his thoughts, her revelations about the prophecy and the curse that bound her to the magical reef. He had always prided himself on being a man of reason, grounded in the practicalities of the sea and the battles that came with it. Yet, in the wake of his encounter with the mysterious guardian, the very foundation of his understanding had been shaken. Serena's truth was far beyond anything he had encountered before, and the weight of that knowledge pressed heavily on his shoulders. The more Adrian reflected on his strange encounter with Serena, the more he found himself questioning his purpose. The prophecy spoke of a destiny that intertwined their fates, and though he had initially thought of it as mere superstition, he could no longer dismiss the pull he felt towards her. There was something undeniable in their connection, a bond forged in the heat of the storm, when the sea itself seemed to conspire to bring them together. The cryptic words she had spoken still haunted him, especially the notion that together they could either break her curse or fortify the reef's magic. Adrian's mind raced with the implications. What was his role in this? Why had he, of all people, been chosen to stand beside her? These questions gnawed at him, but with each passing day, he grew more determined to find answers. Adrian turned from the bow, walking with purposeful strides across the deck, his eyes scanning the faces of the crew. They worked with a subdued energy, still weary from the storm but eager to return to the routines that made them feel anchored. Despite their exhaustion, Adrian could sense that something had changed in the air. The crew had felt the presence of the storm and the mysterious force that had accompanied it. Some whispered about the strange guardian who had saved their captain, while others simply cast uncertain glances towards the sea, wary of what lay beyond. Adrian knew that the crew had no answers, just as he had none, but the shared uncertainty lingered. It was a burden that would have to be carried in silence, for the journey ahead was theirs alone to face. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting its warm light over the sea, Adrian found himself at the helm, gripping the wheel with a firm hand. The calm waters stretched endlessly before him, a vast expanse that seemed both inviting and foreboding. His eyes scanned the distant reef, its silhouette visible on the horizon, a reminder of the mysterious guardian and the prophecy that now governed their course. There was a part of him that longed to return to the certainty of the past, to the days before Serena had appeared and unraveled everything he knew. But there was another part of him, a quieter, more insistent voice, that urged him forward. He had been given a glimpse into something far greater than himself, and though it terrified him, Adrian could not deny the pull it had on his soul. The crew continued their work, the ship's course steady as they sailed away from the reef and into the unknown. The sea had calmed, but Adrian knew that their journey was only beginning. The prophecy had set their paths on a collision course with forces that neither he nor Serena could fully comprehend. Yet, despite the uncertainty, Adrian's resolve had hardened. He would not turn away from this path, not now. The mysteries of the reef, the magic that bound Serena, and the ancient secrets yet to be uncovered, they were all part of the same story, and Adrian was determined to see it through. With each passing wave, they drew closer to whatever lay ahead, and whatever challenges awaited them, they would face together. Adrian paced slowly along the deck of the Crimson Tempest, the rhythmic creak of the ship beneath his feet grounding him as his mind spun with questions. The warm sea breeze tousled his dark hair, but his attention was far from the soothing horizon. The events of the past few days replayed in his mind: the violent storm, Serena's mysterious intervention, and the ancient magic that had touched his very soul. It had all happened so fast, and yet he couldn't shake the feeling that this encounter had shifted the course of his life. He had sailed through countless storms, faced death at sea more times than he could count, but nothing compared to the force that had pulled him into the web of the reef's enchantments. As he walked, Adrian's thoughts wandered back to Serena, the guardian who had appeared as if conjured by the very sea itself. She was no ordinary woman, of that much he was certain. Her beauty was otherworldly, her presence commanding and enigmatic. Yet it was the sadness in her eyes that haunted him most. The curse she spoke of was not something easily dismissed. He had seen the effect it had on her, felt the weight of it in her voice as she spoke of centuries of servitude. And though he had been drawn to her in ways he couldn't explain, there was an underlying tension in the knowledge that their paths were destined to intertwine for reasons beyond their control. The reef, with all its ancient power, was at the heart of it all, and somehow, so was he. The more Adrian thought about the prophecy, the more he struggled to make sense of it. It spoke of a soul from the surface coming to the reef, a being who would unlock the magic that protected it, and possibly break the curse that bound Serena to her eternal watch. That soul was him, whether by fate or by chance. But why? Why had he been chosen for this role? His life had been a series of calculated risks, guided by the wind and the stars, and yet now it seemed that some greater force had set a course he couldn't steer away from. The thought unsettled him. It wasn't in his nature to follow prophecies. He was a captain, a man of action, not some pawn in an ancient game. Yet, every instinct told him there was truth in what Serena had said, and that truth was something he couldn't ignore. The magic of the reef itself was another mystery that weighed heavily on Adrian's mind. He had seen its power firsthand, how it had calmed the storm and protected them from certain doom. It was ancient, woven into the very fabric of the ocean, its influence seeping into the depths where the sun never reached. It was the kind of power that defied understanding, and yet he couldn't help but feel its call. The sea had always been a place of both beauty and danger, but the reef was something different entirely. There was a hidden force there, a magic that had lived for centuries, waiting for something, or someone, to unlock its secrets. And now that Adrian had been brought into its web, he couldn't help but wonder how deep it all went. Serena's curse was a more personal matter. He had seen the weariness in her eyes, the way she carried the weight of her centuries-long duty as though it was a part of her very being. The pain in her voice when she spoke of her inability to leave the reef was tangible. Adrian's heart ached for her. She had been bound by magic, a protector of something sacred and ancient, yet cursed to live without freedom. She wasn't just a guardian of the reef, she was a prisoner of it. The thought troubled him, for he couldn't fathom what it would be like to be bound to something for eternity, never able to break free, never able to truly live. He couldn't help but wonder if her curse had affected more than just her, if it had, in some way, tied the very fate of the reef to her own. The burden of their shared mission began to settle on Adrian's shoulders, heavier with each passing moment. He was no stranger to responsibility, but this felt different. This wasn't just about protecting the ship or the crew. It was about something far greater, something tied to ancient forces and prophecies beyond his understanding. He had to admit that he felt a pull towards Serena, a connection that went beyond simple gratitude or attraction. It was as though their fates were woven together, each step they took leading them further into a story that had already been written long before their meeting. And despite the uncertainty, despite the fear of the unknown, Adrian knew one thing for certain: they had to face it together. The mysteries of the reef, the magic, the curse, whatever lay ahead, they would confront it as one. The bond between them had been forged in the fires of the storm, and it was stronger now than ever before. As the ship continued its steady journey through the calm waters, Adrian knew that this was only the beginning. There were still countless questions to answer, and he had no idea what challenges lay in store. But one thing was clear: he was no longer just a captain on a ship. He was part of something much larger than himself, and the path ahead would shape not only his destiny but Serena's as well. With a deep breath, Adrian turned his gaze toward the horizon, his mind settling into a focused resolve. Whatever mysteries the reef held, whatever secrets Serena's curse guarded, he was determined to uncover them. Together, they would unlock the truth. As Adrian made his way toward the bow of the Crimson Tempest, his footsteps slow and deliberate, he couldn't shake the thoughts of Serena that had lingered since their last meeting. The ship glided smoothly through the open sea, the sun casting a soft, golden light across the waters, but his attention was fixed on the figure that had emerged from the depths. There, just beyond the ship's wake, was Serena, swimming effortlessly beside the vessel. Her movements were graceful, almost otherworldly, as if she were one with the sea itself. The way she moved through the water, her long, flowing hair trailing behind her like a silken ribbon, only served to deepen the mystery surrounding her. She was no mere woman, and he knew it. She was something far more ancient and powerful, tied to forces beyond his comprehension. Serena had been a constant presence since their fateful encounter, and though Adrian had tried to focus on the tasks at hand, her enigmatic nature refused to leave his mind. There was something about her that both fascinated and unsettled him. He had witnessed her magic firsthand, the way she had intervened during the storm, guiding the Crimson Tempest through the chaos with an ease that suggested she wielded power beyond any mortal understanding. And yet, despite the extraordinary nature of her actions, there was a sadness in her eyes, a depth of emotion that seemed to speak of centuries of isolation and longing. It was as though she was trapped in a world she no longer belonged to, bound to the reef and its ancient secrets by a curse she could not escape. As Adrian reached the bow, he leaned over the railing, his gaze fixed on the woman in the water. The closer he looked, the more he saw the subtle way the light seemed to shimmer around her, as if the sea itself recognized her and granted her some kind of reverence. There was an ethereal quality to her, as though she were both a part of the ocean and yet apart from it, a living testament to its mysteries. He couldn't help but wonder what it must be like to exist in such a way, connected to the deep, timeless magic of the reef, but also bound by a curse that prevented her from ever truly escaping. Her presence, though mesmerizing, was also a constant reminder of the weight of the prophecy she had shared with him, the prophecy that had set their paths on an irreversible course. Despite the questions that swirled in his mind, Adrian found himself drawn to her in ways he couldn't explain. It wasn't just the allure of her beauty, or the mystery surrounding her. It was something deeper, something that went beyond mere fascination. He had always trusted his instincts on the sea, and they told him that Serena's role in his life was far from over. There was something more to their connection, something that tied them together in a way that neither of them fully understood yet. He couldn't ignore the pull he felt toward her, the sense that their fates were entwined, for better or worse. As much as he tried to push aside the growing bond between them, it only seemed to strengthen with each passing day. Serena's gaze, too, seemed to seek him out, as if she sensed his thoughts drifting toward her. When their eyes met, there was an unspoken understanding between them, an acknowledgement of the strange and tenuous partnership they had formed. She swam closer to the ship, her body moving with an effortless grace that spoke to the magic she wielded. The water around her seemed to shimmer and ripple, as if the sea itself was bending to her will. Yet despite the power she exuded, there was a vulnerability in her expression that stirred something deep within Adrian. She was not invincible, despite the magic she commanded. She was bound by the same curse that had shaped her existence for centuries, and in some ways, that made her more human in his eyes. Adrian could feel the weight of the moment, the stillness of the sea around them, as if everything in the world had momentarily paused to bear witness to the unspoken connection between him and Serena. There was a silence that stretched between them, filled with the sound of the gentle waves lapping against the hull of the ship, and yet it felt as though 1,000 words were left unspoken. He wanted to reach out, to say something, anything, that would bridge the distance between them, but the right words eluded him. Instead, he simply stood there, watching as Serena continued to swim beside the Crimson Tempest, her presence as enigmatic and powerful as the sea itself. In that moment, Adrian understood that the journey they were on together was not just about the reef, or the curse, or the prophecy. It was about something far deeper, something that had yet to reveal itself, but which would ultimately shape their fates. With a deep breath, Adrian steadied himself, his mind still a whirl of emotions from the conversation with Serena and the revelations that had followed. The sea before him was calm, the gentle swell of the waves reflecting the soft hues of the morning sky. It was as though the world itself had quieted in reverence of the moment, the tension of the past few days momentarily easing. He made his way toward the side of the Crimson Tempest, drawn by an invisible pull that seemed to beckon him toward Serena. He knew that their journey was far from over, and yet it felt like a new chapter was about to unfold. The time had come to face the mysteries that surrounded her and their shared destiny. As Adrian reached the railing, he saw Serena in the distance, swimming gracefully toward the ship. The early morning sun cast a warm, golden light across the water, and as she drew closer, the shimmering glow of her form seemed to merge with the sunlight, creating an ethereal vision that almost seemed to defy reality. The contrast between her presence and the ordinary world around her was striking, her movements fluid and mesmerizing, as if she were both a part of the ocean and something entirely separate from it. The sea, too, seemed to respond to her, its surface glistening with an almost otherworldly radiance, as though the very water recognized the ancient power she wielded. Serena emerged from the water with a grace that left Adrian breathless. As she pulled herself onto the side of the ship, her iridescent scales caught the light, sending ripples of color through the air. Her long, dark hair, still damp from her swim, fell like a curtain around her shoulders, glistening in the sunlight. The magical aura that surrounded her seemed to pulse with life, the air thick with an energy that resonated deep within Adrian. He had seen her before, but never like this, never in the full brilliance of her power. For a moment, the ordinary world around them seemed to fade away, and only the two of them remained, standing on the edge of something vast and unknown. Adrian could feel the weight of the moment as he stepped closer to her. The magic that emanated from Serena was undeniable, yet there was also a vulnerability in her gaze that stopped him in his tracks. Her eyes, usually filled with mystery and sorrow, softened as she met his gaze. There was no barrier between them now, no distance that could separate their fates. The weight of the prophecy, the curse that bound her to the reef, hung in the air between them, but so did a quiet understanding. It was as though, in this shared silence, both of them knew that the path ahead would be perilous, yet it was one they would face together. Serena reached out a hand to him, her fingers delicate and cool to the touch as she placed them on the railing of the ship. The contact sent a strange, electric sensation through Adrian, a reminder of the power she held, but also the trust she had placed in him. Her eyes never left his as she spoke, her voice low but filled with an emotion that seemed to transcend the surface of their conversation. "I know this is overwhelming," she said, her voice carrying a depth of sorrow and hope. "But we must move forward. There is much to be done, and the answers we seek lie beneath the surface, both of the reef and within ourselves." Her words echoed in his mind, stirring a sense of urgency that matched the pull of the sea. Adrian nodded, his heart swelling with a mixture of determination and empathy. He had no illusions about the challenges that lay ahead, nor the dangers that they would face. But in Serena's eyes, he saw something that fueled his resolve, a spark of hope that they could find a way to break the curse and restore balance to the magical reef. It was a path fraught with uncertainty, but it was a path they would walk together. He could feel the weight of his decision settle within him, grounding him in a way nothing else ever had. The journey they were about to embark on was not just about the reef or the prophecy. It was about them, their connection, and the power they had to change the course of fate itself. As the ship sailed steadily forward, the golden light of the morning sun casting long shadows across the deck, Adrian and Serena stood side by side, the calm before the storm settling around them. In that moment, with the sound of the waves gently lapping against the ship's hull and the promise of what lay ahead, it felt as if time itself had paused to witness the beginning of their shared journey. Their fates were now bound together, intertwined by forces beyond their control, and the weight of that connection was both heavy and freeing. With each passing wave, they moved closer to the secrets of the reef, and with each step, They came closer to unlocking the truth that would change their worlds forever. "Serena!" Adrian called out, his voice steady but laced with a sense of urgency. It carried over the gentle lapping of the waves, breaking the calm of the morning as he stood at the edge of the crimson tempest. The wind stirred the sails, but his focus was solely on the figure in the distance. He had been walking the deck, lost in thought, when he had seen her emerge from the water, her form glistening beneath the soft glow of the rising sun. The connection between them, forged by prophecy and the weight of their shared journey, weighed heavily on him, and now, he felt the need to address it. Serena's head turned slightly at the sound of his voice, her shimmering figure suspended between the ship and the vast expanse of the sea. For a moment, she paused, as if contemplating whether to approach or remain distant. The expression on her face was unreadable, but there was a flicker of recognition in her gaze, an understanding that this was no casual call. Adrian could feel the shift in the air as the unspoken bond between them pulsed, and with a fluid motion, Serena began swimming toward the ship, her movements as graceful as the water she moved through. As she neared the side of the ship, Serena lifted herself from the water with ease, her wet form glistening like a vision come to life. She stood before him now, the sunlight catching on the iridescence of her scales, making her appear almost otherworldly. Adrian's heart beat faster as he regarded her, his mind racing with a multitude of thoughts, questions that had been gnawing at him since their first meeting. There was so much about her, about the reef, about their intertwined fates, that remained a mystery. But now, more than ever, he needed clarity. "Serena," he began again, his voice softer this time, as he tried to meet her gaze. "I need to speak with you." The words were simple, but they carried the weight of everything he had been processing. They had talked about the prophecy, the curse that bound her, and the dangerous path they were about to take together. But there were still so many things left unspoken, so many threads of their connection that needed to be explored. He felt an urgency now, a need to understand not just the magic of the reef, but the woman standing before him, whose fate was so intricately tied to his own. Serena's expression softened, the hardness that often marked her features fading as she regarded him. Her eyes, still touched with the depth of ancient sorrow, held a flicker of understanding, as though she knew the direction his thoughts had been drifting. She took a small step closer, her presence commanding yet gentle, and for a moment, the world around them seemed to hold its breath. The ocean whispered beneath them, the ship creaked gently as it sailed onward, and the weight of the journey ahead pressed against them both. She could see the confusion in Adrian's eyes, the questions that still lingered, and she knew that this conversation would be pivotal to their next steps. Adrian exhaled, his breath shaky with the complexity of what he was about to ask. "I can't deny that I don't fully understand the magic of the reef or the curse that holds you here. But I do understand one thing," he said, his voice growing firmer with resolve. "This journey, this mission, it's bigger than just us. It's about finding answers, not just for the reef, but for you as well. I need to know more. I need to understand how we can break this curse, and how I fit into all of this." His words were vulnerable yet filled with a quiet strength, a determination to uncover the truth, no matter where it led. Serena's gaze softened, and for a moment, Adrian could see the burden she carried, the weight of centuries spent guarding the reef, trapped in a role she had not chosen. She nodded slowly, the truth of his words resonating with her. "You are right," she said, her voice calm yet heavy with the knowledge of what lay ahead. "There is much to explain, and much we must uncover together. But I have lived with this curse for so long, it is difficult to know where to begin. I can only promise you this. There is more to this journey than what the eyes can see, and the answers we seek are hidden deep within the very heart of the reef." Serena surfaced beside the ship, her sleek form emerging from the water with a fluid grace that seemed to defy the natural limits of the ocean. The early morning sunlight reflected off the surface of the water, bathing her in a soft glow that made her appear almost ethereal, like a creature conjured from the depths of myth. As she approached the side of the Crimson Tempest, her eyes, wide and unblinking, locked onto Adrian's. They shimmered with an inner light, but beneath the luminescence, there was a flicker of something else, something darker, more sorrowful, a depth of emotion she had yet to reveal. Her gaze held his for a moment, and in that instant, he saw both the strength of a guardian and the weight of centuries spent trapped by an ancient curse. Adrian, standing at the edge of the ship, leaned over slightly, his arms resting on the rail. He had been lost in thought, the events of the last few days swirling around him like a storm he couldn't shake. The prophecy, the curse, and the strange, unexplainable connection between him and Serena all weighed heavily on his mind. He had been trying to make sense of it all, but the more he pondered, the more elusive the answers seemed to be. Serena's unexpected presence now, breaking the silence of his thoughts, only added to the storm in his chest. He didn't know what to say, or even how to begin to unravel the complexities of their shared path. But her questions seemed to cut through the fog of his confusion. Her voice, soft yet full of an ancient wisdom, reached him across the gap between them. "Captain Blackwood, what troubles you?" The way she spoke his name, calm and measured, felt as though she understood more about him than he could fully grasp. It wasn't just a question born out of concern. It was the voice of someone who had seen centuries pass and was accustomed to reading the quietest shifts in the hearts of others. Serena's eyes never left his, and in them, he saw the subtle recognition of his internal struggle. Her presence, while comforting in its serenity, also carried a sense of melancholy, as though she, too, was trapped within the currents of fate that seemed to bind them both. Adrian sighed, his breath heavy with unspoken thoughts. He could feel her gaze pressing against him, a reminder that whatever confusion he felt, whatever doubts clouded his mind, would not remain unaddressed. He had questions, so many questions, but it was difficult to voice them. Serena had given him glimpses of her truth, the weight of her curse and the prophecy that tied their fates together, but there was so much more to uncover. He had promised to help her, to find a way to break the curse that bound her, but the path ahead seemed unclear. "It's not the reef or the prophecy," he began slowly, his voice quieter than usual. "It's everything. All of this, what I'm supposed to do, what we're supposed to do. I can't shake the feeling that there's something we're missing, something I don't understand about all of this." Serena's expression softened at his words, the faintest trace of a smile touching her lips. She was used to questions, used to uncertainty, yet there was something in the way Adrian spoke, something raw and genuine, that caught her attention. "The weight of the unknown is a burden we all must bear," she replied, her tone gentle, but with an underlying firmness that suggested she had long since come to terms with the mystery she faced. "But you're not alone in this, Captain. You have my guidance, my knowledge, and together, we can uncover the truths hidden beneath the waters. The journey ahead will be difficult, but I sense you already understand that. The question is not whether you can bear it, but whether you will allow yourself to trust the path we must take." Her words hung in the air, as if daring him to take the next step. Adrian met her gaze again, and this time, something within him stirred. Serena's presence, her quiet strength and unspoken understanding, seemed to cut through the fog that had clouded his mind. He realized, for the first time, that his doubts weren't just about the curse or the prophecy. They were about his own role in all of this. He had committed to this journey, but did he truly understand what it meant to be part of something larger than himself? To be the one who might change the course of Serena's fate? He wasn't sure, but he knew that with her beside him, he couldn't falter. "I don't know what lies ahead," he admitted, his voice steadier now. "But I do know that I won't walk this path alone." Adrian's eyes lingered on Serena, his gaze filled with a mixture of gratitude and confusion. His chest tightened as he recalled the moment when he had been at the mercy of the storm, tossed about on the merciless sea. It had been Serena's intervention, her mysterious power and presence, that had pulled him from the brink of death. Even now, as he stood on the deck of the Crimson Tempest, he could still feel the weight of the ocean's unforgiving embrace. But then, there had been a sudden warmth, an inexplicable shift, and he had found himself saved. Serena had appeared as if from nowhere, her shimmering form rising from the water, guiding him to safety. It was a miracle, and yet there was so much he still didn't understand about her and the forces at play. His words, though simple, were laced with sincerity. First, I want to thank you, he said, his voice steady but full of emotion. What you did for me, saving my life, means more than words can express. He paused for a moment, considering just how little he truly understood about the depth of Serena's magic. She was more than just the guardian of the reef. She was something otherworldly, her connection to the sea and the ancient curse that bound her a mystery he couldn't yet comprehend. But that didn't change the fact that she had acted selflessly, without hesitation, when he had been drowning in despair. And for that, he was grateful beyond measure. Serena, ever composed, met his gaze with the same quiet intensity she always carried. The faintest glimmer of something like recognition flickered in her eyes, as though she understood the weight of his words more deeply than he realized. She had saved many before him, many souls adrift in the vast ocean, struggling against the pull of the sea's power. But this time, with Adrian, it felt different. There was something about him that had stirred something deep within her. She had known that their paths were destined to intertwine, but she hadn't fully grasped what it would mean to care for the man standing before her. It was a connection that she hadn't expected, and one that would require more from both of them than either could predict. A soft, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of Serena's lips as she responded. "You do not need to thank me, Captain," she said, her voice a smooth, melodic cadence, like the whisper of the sea itself. "It was not out of obligation, nor duty, but something far deeper that compelled me to act. I am bound to the ocean, its guardian in ways that go beyond simple duty. But I will accept your gratitude nonetheless." There was a subtle shift in her posture, a slight relaxation in the stiffness that had marked her earlier interactions. She was no stranger to such praise, but there was something different in Adrian's tone. It wasn't just gratitude, it was something else, something she hadn't expected to find. Despite her calming presence, Adrian couldn't shake the confusion that lingered beneath his gratitude. He still couldn't fathom the depths of Serena's power, nor the curse that tethered her to the reef. The more he learned, the more questions arose. "I don't understand," he admitted, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "I don't understand what you are, or why you chose to save me. There's so much about all of this that doesn't make sense." His brow furrowed slightly, frustration building behind his words. "You're tied to this reef, bound by magic and some ancient prophecy, and yet you risked everything to pull me from the sea. Why? What makes me different from any other sailor who might have found themselves in peril?" Serena's expression softened at his words, and for a moment, her gaze drifted toward the horizon, her thoughts far from the present. She had lived for centuries with the weight of her duty, her existence defined by the reef and the magic that sustained it. She had seen countless others lost to the sea, and yet, something about Adrian had called to her in a way that no other had. It was more than just fate, it was a force neither of them fully understood. She turned back to face him, her eyes steady. "You are not just any sailor, Captain Blackwood," she replied, her voice quiet but unwavering. "There is a reason our paths have crossed, though I cannot yet explain it fully. But I can tell you this, your presence here is not by chance. The reef, the prophecy, and the curse, it all has to do with you. Our destinies are linked, whether you realize it yet or not." Serena's gaze softened as she inclined her head, the gesture one of quiet acknowledgement. "You are welcome, Captain," she said, her voice carrying a weight that went beyond simple politeness. "It is my duty, though not without its own price." The words lingered in the air, and for a moment, it felt as though the vast expanse of the ocean itself had held its breath, awaiting her next words. The sea was her domain, its secrets and its sorrows bound to her, and yet it had never been a simple task. Her duty was more than just guarding the reef. It was a sacred bond that tied her to the very heart of the water, and it came with a heavy burden. Adrian studied her closely, sensing the depth behind her words. There was something in her tone that suggested the cost of her duty was more than just physical labor, or the responsibility of watching over the reef. It was a sacrifice that went deeper, something that touched the very core of who she was. Her shimmering form, so ethereal and otherworldly, held a mystery that both captivated and unsettled him. He could see that the life she led, bound to the magic of the reef, was one of constant struggle. Serena was not a mere guardian, she was its prisoner, a sentinel whose role had come at the expense of everything else. Serena's eyes darkened for a moment, a flicker of something like sorrow crossing her features. She looked out over the water, as if searching for something far beyond the horizon. "The price of my duty is not easily understood," she continued, her voice softer now, laced with a quiet melancholy. "I am bound to this place, to the magic that sustains it. I watch over the reef, protecting its secrets from those who seek to exploit them, but I cannot leave. I cannot live a life beyond this, beyond the ocean's grasp." Her words hung heavy in the air, and Adrian felt a pang of sympathy for her. To be so tethered to a place, unable to move beyond it, was a fate he could hardly imagine. As she spoke, her body seemed to shimmer in the early morning light, the glow of the water around her reflecting her internal struggle. The reef was a powerful force, its enchantments intricate and ancient, but it came with its own set of rules that Serena could not escape. She had been chosen by the sea, tasked with protecting its delicate balance, but it was a choice made for her long ago. Her freedom had been traded for the reef's protection, and the consequences of that pact had been more severe than she had anticipated. Adrian felt a deep empathy for her, though he still struggled to comprehend the full scope of her curse. "I can't imagine what it must be like," he said softly, his voice filled with a mix of awe and sorrow. "To be bound to something like that, to never truly be free." His words trailed off, but the sentiment was clear. He could see now that Serena's burden was not one of her choosing, but one that had been forced upon her by forces far beyond their control. The weight of that realization made him all the more determined to help her find a way to break the chains that held her. Serena met his gaze once more, her expression shifting between gratitude and sadness. There was an unspoken understanding between them now, a shared awareness of the complexities of their fates. "I have lived for centuries with this duty," she said, her voice tinged with quiet resignation. "And though I have grown accustomed to it, there are moments when I wonder what life beyond the reef might have been. But the magic of the sea binds me in ways I cannot escape." There was no bitterness in her words, only a quiet acceptance of her fate. Yet, in the depths of her eyes, Adrian could see that she still longed for something more, something beyond the eternal cycle of her guardianship. And though he didn't fully understand how, he knew that he would do whatever it took to help her find it. Adrian let out a deep sigh, his fingers running through his dark hair in frustration as he tried to piece together the whirlwind of emotions and thoughts tumbling through his mind. "I appreciate that," he began, his voice thick with sincerity. "But I can't shake the feeling that there's so much more to this than I understand." His gaze drifted to the horizon, where the calm waters stretched endlessly under the morning sun, offering no answers to the countless questions swirling in his mind. The magical essence of the reef, Serena's cryptic words, and the bond that seemed to draw them together, it all felt like a puzzle with pieces that refused to fit. "Your presence, the reef's magic. There's something profoundly mysterious here, and it's hard for me to grasp." His words faltered as he tried to find the right way to express the complexity of it all. It was as though the very fabric of reality around them had shifted in ways he could not fully comprehend. Serena, ever perceptive, watched him carefully, her eyes flickering with a mixture of understanding and something deeper, perhaps a sadness that came from knowing too much. She remained silent for a moment, letting the weight of his words settle before she spoke. "It is not easy to understand, Captain," she said softly, her voice carrying the quiet authority of one who had witnessed more than most could fathom. "The magic of the reef is ancient, bound by forces older than time itself. And my role as its guardian is not just a task, but a calling, a force that intertwines with my very being." Her eyes shifted to the water below, where the surface seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. It was as though the reef itself was watching them, its presence ever so faint yet undeniable. "The bond between us, between me and the reef, is something beyond mere magic. It is something that speaks to the heart of the world itself." Adrian took in her words, still struggling to make sense of it all. The magic of the reef, the strange bond that seemed to tie him to Serena, Nothing about it made sense, and yet everything about it felt significant. He couldn't deny the pull he felt when she was near, the way the very air seemed charged with energy. It was as though the world itself was trying to tell him something, but the language was foreign to him. "I can feel it," he admitted, his voice low, almost to himself. "The power of it. It's overwhelming, like the sea is trying to speak directly to me." His hand rested on the ship's railing, the wood rough beneath his palm as he tried to steady his thoughts. "But the more I try to understand, the more I realize I'm only scratching the surface. There's something deeper here, something that neither of us fully knows." Serena studied him for a moment, her gaze softening with a rare vulnerability. "That is the nature of the magic," she said quietly. "It does not reveal itself easily. For centuries, I have tried to understand it, and yet, every time I think I've grasped its true meaning, it slips further from my reach. The reef is a living entity, not merely a place of beauty and mystery, but a keeper of ancient secrets, secrets that even I do not fully know." Her voice faltered slightly, and for the first time, Adrian saw the burden of her long existence reflected in her eyes. "The connection between us, Captain, is part of a much larger design. The prophecy spoke of a surface dweller, someone like you, whose presence would shift the tides. I never fully understood what that meant, but I feel it now. Your arrival here, our meeting, is part of something much bigger than either of us." Adrian felt a chill run down his spine as the gravity of her words settled in. The prophecy, the curse, the magic, it was all tied together in ways he could not yet fathom. But there was one thing he knew for certain. Whatever lay ahead, it was not something he could navigate alone. The reef was a powerful force, its mysteries far beyond his understanding, but Serena, with all her knowledge and the weight of her centuries of guardianship, seemed to be his guide. "So what do we do now?" he asked, his voice steady despite the uncertainty swirling within him. "How do we begin to unravel all of this?" Serena turned to face him, her expression resolute yet tinged with something softer, perhaps hope. "We begin by trusting the journey," she said, her voice firm with conviction. "The answers will come, Captain, but we must be patient. There are forces at work here, and they will reveal themselves when the time is right. Together, we will uncover the truth, and in doing so, perhaps find a way to break the curse that binds me." There was a strength in her words, a quiet certainty that, despite everything, they would find a way through the web of mystery surrounding them. And for the first time since their meeting, Adrian felt a flicker of hope, however faint, that they might truly be able to uncover the secrets of the reef, and in doing so, free Serena from the chains that had held her for so long. Serena's gaze softened, and as if sensing Adrian's lingering confusion, she moved closer to the side of the ship. The light of the morning sun reflected off the water, casting a warm, golden glow that seemed to embrace her shimmering form. Her eyes, usually so distant and mysterious, now held a tenderness that reflected the burden she carried. She tilted her head slightly, offering him a small, understanding smile. "It is understandable to feel confusion," she began, her voice calm and reassuring. "The magic of the reef is ancient and complex, woven into the very fabric of the ocean. It is not something that reveals itself easily. I have spent centuries trying to comprehend its depths, and I too am still learning." Her words seemed to carry a weight, as if each one was imbued with the countless years she had spent grappling with the forces at play. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood of the ship's railing, as though seeking something tangible to ground her in this moment. "The reef is not just a place, Captain," she continued, her voice growing softer, yet filled with an underlying strength. "It is alive in its own way, a living entity that holds the memories and the magic of the sea. Its secrets are guarded by the very water that surrounds it, and only those who truly understand its nature can unlock its power. I have tried, over and over, to find the answers, but some things remain elusive." Adrian listened intently, the weight of her words settling over him. It was clear that Serena was not just a guardian of the reef in the traditional sense. Her connection to the place went far beyond that, entwining her fate with the magic that lay beneath the surface. She was more than just its protector, she was a part of it. He found himself torn between the incredible knowledge she shared and the profound sadness in her eyes. How could someone bear the weight of such a responsibility for centuries, with no clear end in sight? The thought lingered in his mind as he looked at her, trying to understand the enormity of her curse. Serena seemed to sense his thoughts, and she gave a small, rueful smile. I know it is difficult to grasp. For you, the reef is a mysterious place that holds no particular significance. But for me, it is everything. It is both my prison and my duty, and the magic that binds me to it is not something I can easily escape. Her fingers tightened slightly on the railing, and for a moment, Adrian saw the true weight of her burden. It wasn't just the reef's magic that held her. It was an ancient, unyielding force that had kept her tethered to this place for centuries, with no promise of release. I was chosen to protect the reef long before I was cursed. Serena continued, her voice quiet now, tinged with a deep, lingering sadness. I believed that my duty was to preserve the balance of the sea, to guard its secrets from those who would seek to exploit them. But in a moment of weakness, I failed. I broke the trust that had been placed in me, and as punishment, the reef's magic bound me to it forever. The curse is my penance, but it is also a safeguard, a way to ensure that no one else can wield the power of the reef. Her words hung in the air, thick with regret, but there was also an undeniable strength in her voice, a resilience that had carried her through the centuries. Adrian felt a pang of empathy for Serena, understanding the depth of her sacrifice and the toll it had taken on her. So, this curse, it's not just about punishment, he said softly, trying to make sense of everything she had shared. It's also a protection, a way to keep the power of the reef safe. Serena nodded, her eyes reflecting the sorrow and determination that had defined her existence. Yes, she replied, her voice steady but filled with the weight of centuries. It is both. The magic of the reef is not something to be taken lightly. It has the power to change the world, but it can also destroy it. That is why it must remain hidden, protected by the curse that binds me. Serena's eyes met his again, and for the first time, Adrian saw a glimmer of hope flicker in them. But I believe there is a way to change it, she said quietly. The prophecy speaks of a time when the curse can be broken, when the balance can be restored. It is through this journey, Captain, that we may find the answers we need to free me and the reef from this endless cycle. Her words were not just hopeful. They were filled with a quiet determination, a belief that, together, they could face whatever challenges lay ahead and uncover the secrets of the magical reef. Adrian's brow furrowed as he tried to make sense of everything Serena had shared. He stood there, on the edge of the ship, his gaze drifting out to the shimmering expanse of the reef. It was both a breathtaking sight and an enigmatic one, its beauty masking the deeper, hidden powers beneath the surface. He had witnessed its magic firsthand, felt the pull of its enchantments, and seen the way Serena was bound to it. Yet, despite all he had experienced, a sense of confusion still lingered. Why had he been chosen to become part of this mysterious fate? What was the connection between him and the ancient prophecy that Serena had mentioned? His thoughts raced, struggling to comprehend the full significance of the situation. He turned back to Serena, meeting her gaze with a mixture of curiosity and unease. I've seen the reef's beauty, felt its power, and witnessed the impact of the curse, Adrian said, his voice steady but laced with uncertainty. But I don't fully understand why this is happening now, why I've been drawn into this. What is it that you need from me? His question hung in the air, charged with the weight of everything they had discussed. He knew that his involvement was not by chance, but the exact nature of his role remained elusive. Was he simply a vessel through which the prophecy would unfold, or was there something more to it? Serena's expression softened as she looked at him, her eyes reflecting a quiet understanding of his confusion. She had been carrying the burden of the reef's magic and her curse for so long that she had almost forgotten what it was like to view it through fresh eyes. But Adrian's question brought her back to the heart of their journey, reminding her that she wasn't alone in this. It is not easy to understand, she said, her voice gentle but firm. The prophecy speaks of a soul from the surface, someone whose presence is essential to breaking the curse. And that someone, Captain, is you. The words hung heavily between them, and for a moment, Adrian felt as though the air had thickened. The enormity of what she was saying began to sink in. He wasn't just a passive observer in this tale. He was a key part of it. The realization sent a shiver down his spine. What did that mean for him? What responsibility was he now bound to? He opened his mouth to speak, but Serena continued before he could voice his concerns. I cannot break the curse alone, she said, her gaze intense and filled with resolve. I have tried for centuries. But together, we may be able to unlock the secrets of the reef's magic. That is what I need from you, your help in understanding what lies beneath the surface, both literally and figuratively. Adrian absorbed her words, the weight of them settling over him. He had always been a man of action, someone who faced challenges head-on, but this was different. The stakes were higher, the unknowns greater. Yet, as he looked at Serena, he felt a sense of duty rising within him, a willingness to help her, to face whatever lay ahead. So, you need my help to break this curse, he said, his voice more certain now. But I'm still not entirely clear on how I fit into this prophecy. What is it that I can do? His question was born of necessity, the need for clarity in a world that had suddenly grown much more complicated. Serena gave a small nod, her gaze unwavering as she spoke. You are the one who can bridge the gap between the magic of the reef and the surface world. The prophecy speaks of a union of sorts, a merging of forces that will allow the curse to be lifted. But it is not just about knowledge or power. It is about understanding the deeper connection between the sea, the reef, and those who dwell above it. You, Captain, are the catalyst for that understanding. Your presence here is not by chance. Adrian took a deep breath, the weight of her words sinking in. It was clear now that he was not just a passive participant in this journey. He was vital to its success. The realization filled him with a sense of responsibility, but also a determination to see this through. I'll help you, Serena, he said firmly, his voice resolute. I don't understand everything yet, but I will. And I'll stand by you, whatever it takes. His words were a promise, not just to her, but to the reef itself, to the magic that had brought them together, and to the destiny that awaited them both. Serena took a moment to gather her thoughts, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon where the waters met the sky. The weight of centuries of history seemed to hang in the air as she prepared to reveal the truth that had been veiled for so long. Adrian stood patiently beside her, sensing that the answer she was about to give would provide more clarity to the tangled web of mystery they found themselves caught in. The silence stretched, as if the sea itself was holding its breath in anticipation. When Serena finally spoke, her voice was gentle but unwavering, filled with the kind of quiet conviction that came from a deep, personal understanding of the prophecy she had carried for so long. The prophecy foretold that someone from the surface would come at a time when the reef's magic was at a critical juncture. Serena explained, her gaze shifting toward Adrian. The light from the setting sun made her skin glow with an ethereal quality, as if she were a part of the sea itself. Your presence is not by chance, Captain. It is a part of a larger design, one that involves both the reef's protection and my own redemption. Her words hung in the air, the weight of them pressing down on Adrian as he tried to process what she was saying. It was as if the truth had always been there, waiting to be revealed, and now, it was becoming clearer with every word she spoke. Adrian's mind raced as he absorbed her explanation. He had always believed in fate to some extent, but this was something far beyond any twist of destiny he had ever encountered. The idea that his arrival in these waters was not an accident, that it had been written in some ancient prophecy, was a concept he struggled to fully comprehend. Still, the sincerity in Serena's voice, the depth of her belief, convinced him that this was no mere fantasy. This was real. He felt the weight of her gaze, and something deep within him stirred, a connection that transcended logic and reason, as though the very fabric of the universe was drawing them together. You're saying that I'm part of this prophecy? Adrian asked, his voice barely above a whisper. He turned to face Serena fully now, his brow furrowed in confusion and awe. But why me? What role do I play in all of this? I'm just a captain, there's nothing special about me. The words felt strange as he said them, knowing deep down that they didn't quite ring true. But how could he be the one chosen for such a monumental task? The more he thought about it, the more his doubt began to erode, replaced by a sense of responsibility he had never felt before. Serena's eyes softened, her expression filled with empathy as she regarded him. "It is not about who you are in the eyes of the world, Captain," she said, her voice calm and reassuring. "The prophecy speaks of a soul whose actions will balance the forces at play, someone whose strength lies in their heart and their willingness to face the unknown. You may not see it now, but your presence is the key to unraveling the mysteries of the reef and breaking the chains that bind me." There was a quiet power in her words, an understanding that went beyond what Adrian could fully grasp. But he knew that what she was saying was the truth. The prophecy had always been waiting for him, and he was now irrevocably tied to it. Adrian felt a chill run down his spine as the gravity of her words settled within him. He had heard stories of ancient prophecies, of chosen ones who rose to meet their destinies, but he had never imagined himself as part of such a tale. He was just a man trying to survive in a world that had always been unforgiving. And yet, standing beside Serena, feeling the pulse of the reef's magic thrumming through the air, he could no longer deny that his life had shifted in ways he could not explain. There was no turning back now. He had a purpose, a role to play in a story that had already begun long before he had set foot on this path. "As much as I may not understand everything right now," Adrian said, his voice steady with a newfound resolve, "I'm here. I'll help you, Serena. If my presence can truly protect the reef and offer you redemption, then I won't turn my back on it." The words felt like a promise, not just to her but to himself. He had faced many storms in his life, both on the sea and in his heart, but this felt like the beginning of something that would define him forever. Serena paused, letting her words sink in, her gaze unwavering as it met Adrian's with an intensity that spoke volumes. There was no room for doubt in her eyes, only a quiet determination that reflected the weight of the centuries she had spent trapped by her curse. She continued, her voice steady but imbued with a sense of urgency. "You are a key player in this unfolding story," she said, her tone carrying the gravity of the prophecy's promise. "Your courage and determination are essential in unraveling the secrets of the reef and breaking the curse that binds me." Every word seemed to hang in the air, charged with meaning, as if the very fabric of fate was aligning itself before them. Adrian could feel the power of her words pressing against him, filling him with a mix of awe and apprehension. The more she spoke, the clearer it became that the path they were on was not something either of them could avoid, no matter how much they might wish to turn back. His role in this ancient prophecy, his connection to the reef and its guardian, seemed more certain now, even if the details remained shrouded in mystery. But as he looked at Serena, he saw not just the weight of her curse but the spark of hope in her eyes, the hope that together they might uncover the truth and free her from the chains that bound her to the reef. "The path we must take is fraught with challenges," Serena continued, her voice softening as she spoke of the obstacles they would face. "The magic of the reef is not easily understood, and there are those who would use its power for their own purposes. We must tread carefully, for there are dangers beyond the reef's waters, and not all who seek its secrets have noble intentions." Her words painted a picture of a world far more complicated than Adrian had ever imagined. The reef, its magic, and the curse she bore were only pieces of a much larger puzzle, one that required careful navigation and a steadfast resolve. Adrian's mind churned with the weight of what she had said. He had never been one to back down from a challenge, but this was different. This wasn't just about survival or treasure, it was about fate, about something far more powerful and ancient than anything he had encountered in his years on the sea. He looked at Serena, her form half submerged in the water, the sunlight dancing off the surface like an ethereal halo around her. She wasn't just a guardian or a victim of a curse. She was a woman with a purpose, and he, for reasons beyond his understanding, was tied to that purpose. "I understand," Adrian finally said, his voice low but firm. "You've made it clear that our journey is more than just a shared fate. I'm part of it now, whether I want to be or not." He paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. "I won't pretend I know all the answers, or even that I fully understand the weight of what we're about to face. But I know this. I won't leave you to carry this burden alone. There was a quiet intensity in his words, an unspoken promise that, no matter how difficult the road ahead, he would remain by her side, just as the prophecy had foretold. Serena's expression softened at his declaration, her heart lifting slightly with the reassurance of his unwavering resolve. She had carried the burden of her curse alone for so long that the idea of sharing her struggle, of having someone to stand beside her in the face of the unknown, was a comfort she had long since given up on. Together, she echoed, her voice thick with emotion. That is all I can ask for. This journey will test us both, but with your courage and my knowledge, we may yet break the chains that bind me and restore the balance that has been lost. There was a fire in her gaze now, a renewed sense of hope that had been dormant for far too long. As they stood there, the soft lapping of the waves beneath them seemed to echo the pulse of the sea itself, as though the world was holding its breath in anticipation of the steps they were about to take. The future was uncertain, full of dangers they could not yet comprehend, but for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Serena felt something she hadn't allowed herself to feel in years: hope. And with Adrian by her side, she dared to believe that they might just have the strength to face whatever lay ahead. Together, Adrian stood silent for a moment, his eyes scanning the horizon as he let Serena's words sink in. The weight of what she had said hung heavy in the air. The responsibility she had placed upon him was daunting, far beyond anything he had ever imagined when he first set out on the sea. It wasn't just a matter of survival or treasure anymore. It was about something much greater, a promise, a curse, and a future that hung in the balance. Serena's burden was now his own, and the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. Yet there was something in her eyes, a flicker of hope, that stirred something within him. He couldn't turn his back on that. I see, Adrian finally said, his voice steady but laced with a hint of resolve. So, my role is to help you uncover these secrets and restore balance. It's a daunting task, but if it means helping you and protecting the reef, then I'm committed to it. The words felt heavy in his chest, but as he spoke them, a sense of clarity settled over him. This was no longer just a partnership of convenience. It was a shared destiny. He had never been one to shy away from a challenge, and though this one seemed insurmountable, the bond they were forging gave him the strength to face it head-on. Serena met his gaze, a mixture of gratitude and determination reflecting in her eyes. Her curse had held her captive for so long, and the thought of finally breaking free was a hope she had learned to bury deep within her heart. But now, with Adrian's commitment, that hope stirred once again. His words were not just a promise, they were a lifeline, a sign that maybe, just maybe, the centuries of torment she had endured were finally nearing an end. She could feel the weight of her duty, but with him by her side, the burden seemed lighter, more manageable. There was power in their alliance, a power that neither of them fully understood yet but could no longer deny. The journey ahead will not be easy, Serena warned, her voice softening. There are dangers far beyond what we've seen so far. The magic of the reef is ancient and complicated, and those who seek to control it will stop at nothing to get what they want. We must be prepared to face not only the forces of nature but also those who would exploit the power of the reef for their own gain. She paused, her gaze drifting to the shimmering waters beneath them, the sea stretching out into the unknown. But with your courage and my knowledge, we stand a chance. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of what was to come. There was no turning back now. Adrian's expression hardened as he absorbed her words. The threat of enemies who would use the reef's magic for their own gain was not something he had considered. But as a captain, he had dealt with threats before. Pirates, storms, treacherous waters, none of these were new to him. What unsettled him, however, was the realization that the battle ahead would not only be against those who sought to exploit the reef, but also against the very forces of magic itself. He would have to step into a world he knew little about, guided only by Serena's knowledge and his own resolve. But the thought of standing beside her, of helping her break free from the chains of her curse, filled him with a sense of purpose he had never known. He took a deep breath, steadying himself against the uncertainty of the road ahead. I won't let you face this alone, Serena, Adrian said, his voice firm with determination. We'll uncover the secrets of the reef, and together, we'll find a way to break the curse. Whatever it takes. The certainty in his voice seemed to give her strength, a promise that he would not falter. It wasn't just about the reef or the magic. It was about the journey they would take together, the trust they were building in each other. Serena nodded, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips as she felt the weight of his words settle into her heart. It was a smile that held a quiet, deep gratitude, a recognition that, for the first time in centuries, she might not have to carry the burden alone. Thank you, Captain, she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. With you by my side, I believe we can change everything. The sea stretched out before them, vast and unknown, but together, they were no longer just two individuals facing a fate they couldn't control. They were partners, united by destiny, bound by a shared purpose. And for the first time in a long while, Serena allowed herself to believe that the future held the possibility of something brighter. Serena's expression softened, her gaze meeting Adrian's with a flicker of hope that hadn't been there before. The weight of centuries of solitude, of her curse and the endless years spent trapped in the same fate, seemed to lift ever so slightly. She had learned to guard her emotions over the years, to keep her hopes buried deep beneath the surface. But Adrian's words had stirred something in her that she hadn't allowed herself to feel for a long time: hope. The thought that perhaps this curse, this prison of magic that had held her for so long, might finally be broken, filled her with a quiet sense of possibility. Thank you, Captain, she said, her voice filled with a gratitude that was rare and genuine. There was something in the way Adrian had offered his help, so freely and without hesitation, that made her believe that they might truly stand a chance. She had been alone in her struggle for centuries, with only the echo of the prophecy to guide her. But now, with Adrian by her side, it felt as though the weight of her burden was shared. Your willingness to help brings me hope and strength, she continued, her eyes momentarily drifting to the horizon, where the sun was beginning to dip low in the sky, casting the sea in hues of gold and orange. For the first time in so long, I can see the possibility of something beyond this curse. She paused, taking a deep breath, as though considering the vastness of what lay before them. The journey ahead would not be easy, that much was clear. The reef's secrets were old and shrouded in layers of magic that had defied understanding for centuries. Even with Adrian's resolve and her own knowledge, there was no guarantee that they would be able to uncover the truth. But there was something in the air, a tangible sense of determination that pulsed between them. It wasn't just about breaking the curse. It was about facing the unknown together, about daring to hope for something more than what the reef's magic had allowed her to dream. The journey ahead will test us both, Serena continued, her tone steady and thoughtful. The road is long, and the forces at play are far more complicated than we can fully understand. There are dangers, both seen and unseen, and obstacles that will challenge us in ways we cannot predict. She glanced briefly at Adrian, as if weighing his readiness for the trials they would face. There was a calm strength in him, an unwavering sense of purpose that gave her confidence. He was no stranger to challenges, but the ones they would encounter would be unlike anything he had ever faced before. This wasn't just a battle of swords or strategy. It was a battle of magic, of fate, and of time itself. But Serena wasn't deterred by the uncertainty. If anything, it only solidified her resolve. For centuries, she had been trapped in the same role, bound by the reef's magic and unable to move beyond it. She had watched as generations passed, as time moved on without her. But now, with Adrian's promise to stand by her side, she felt the first real spark of possibility that things could change. But with your resolve and my knowledge, she said, the words carrying more weight than she had intended, we have a chance to achieve what has seemed impossible for so long. She could feel the power of their partnership taking shape, their combined strength forming the foundation of something greater than either of them had imagined. For a brief moment, Serena allowed herself to lean into the possibility of success. It was a rare thing for her to embrace hope so fully, but she couldn't deny the sense of unity she felt with Adrian. Together, they would face the magic of the reef, uncover its secrets, and challenge the forces that had kept her imprisoned. There was a fire in her chest now, a renewed sense of purpose that had been dormant for so long. If she had ever doubted that there was a chance for her redemption, that doubt was now fading. The path ahead was still unclear, but she no longer felt alone in it. They would walk it together. As Adrian nodded, a silent agreement passing between them, Serena's heart lifted just a little more. She couldn't yet say for certain what would come of their journey, but she knew one thing for sure: this was the beginning of something new. With Adrian's courage and her knowledge, they stood at the precipice of a future that, for the first time, felt within reach. And no matter what trials awaited them, she would face them with him by her side, knowing that together, they were stronger than either could be alone. Adrian's words were simple, but there was a quiet strength in them that resonated deeply with Serena. He could sense her uncertainty, the burden of centuries weighing heavily on her shoulders, and yet, in his eyes, she saw a reflection of the same determination that had driven her all these years. His reassuring smile, warm and unwavering, felt like a lifeline in the vastness of the unknown that stretched before them. It wasn't just the promise of action, but the sincerity in his voice, the trust he placed in her, that made her believe, truly believe, that they could succeed. "We'll face it together," Adrian repeated, his voice low but resolute. He stood tall, his posture firm as though his words alone could steel them both against the dangers they were about to face. Serena knew that he wasn't just speaking for her sake. His commitment was genuine. Even with the enormity of the task before them, the countless mysteries they had yet to uncover, Adrian had already made his decision. He was with her, and that thought alone filled her with a sense of gratitude she hadn't realized she could still feel. "I'm still trying to wrap my head around everything," he continued, the vulnerability in his words striking a chord with Serena. It was clear that the complexities of their situation weighed heavily on him. The magic of the reef, the prophecy, the curse, it was a lot to absorb in a short span of time. But there was something in his honesty, in his willingness to acknowledge that he didn't have all the answers, that made him feel even more reliable. He wasn't pretending to have everything figured out. He was ready to face the unknown, to learn as they went, trusting her to guide them through it. Serena looked at him, her heart swelling with a mixture of relief and hope. His willingness to trust her, despite the uncertainty that surrounded them, felt like the first step toward unraveling the mystery of the curse and the prophecy. "With your courage and my knowledge, we'll uncover the truths we need," she responded, her voice soft but firm. There was a deep truth in those words, a conviction that hadn't been there before. It wasn't just about the magic that bound her. It was about the two of them working together, each bringing something unique to the table. She had spent so long bearing the weight of her destiny alone, but now, with Adrian beside her, it felt as though the future was within reach. They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of their shared understanding settling between them. The wind rustled through the sails of the Crimson Tempest, and the sound of the waves lapping against the ship seemed to echo the rhythm of their shared resolve. Serena allowed herself a fleeting moment to believe that they might actually succeed. It wasn't just about breaking her curse anymore. It was about finding balance, restoring harmony to the reef, and finally freeing herself from the constraints that had bound her for centuries. Adrian's smile never faltered, even as he processed the enormity of what lay ahead. He wasn't entirely sure of what he had signed up for, but there was no hesitation in his decision. He had committed to this journey, not just for the reef, but for Serena, and that was all that mattered. Together, they would face whatever came next. Whatever mysteries the reef held, whatever dangers lurked beneath the surface, they would confront them head-on. And though the path was uncertain, one thing was clear: no matter the trials, they would not face them alone. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, its golden light stretched across the endless expanse of the ocean, bathing the Crimson Tempest in a warm, amber glow. The tranquil waters reflected the rising sun, mirroring the sense of calm that had settled over Adrian and Serena. The ship cut smoothly through the waves, its sails billowing with the morning breeze. Standing side by side at the bow, the two of them felt the weight of their shared purpose settle over them like the light itself. A weight that was neither burdensome nor heavy, but instead a quiet, unspoken understanding of what lay ahead. The mysteries that surrounded the magical reef were vast, their complexities as deep and unknowable as the waters themselves. Serena, who had spent centuries bound to the reef, still felt as though the magic that ruled her fate held more secrets than she could comprehend. Yet, as she stood next to Adrian, the uncertainty that had once plagued her seemed more manageable. Together, they had begun to uncover the truth, bit by bit, and with each piece, the path forward seemed a little clearer. She could see the potential in the future, a future where the curse might be broken, and the reef restored to its full power. But this would not be easy, and the dangers were as real as the ocean that surrounded them. Adrian, too, had felt a shift within himself since their last conversation. The weight of the revelations about Serena's curse and the prophecy that bound their fates had shaken him, but in the midst of that turmoil, he had found resolve. His mind, still grappling with the complexities of their situation, now focused on the singular goal ahead, to help Serena, to protect the reef, and to uncover the secrets that had eluded her for centuries. It was a daunting task, one that would stretch both their limits, but it was a task that he would face without hesitation. The mysteries of the reef were no longer just abstract concepts to him, they were part of his own story now. As they sailed toward the unknown, their hearts beat in unison with the rhythm of the sea. They both understood the stakes, though either spoke of the dangers that lay in wait. The reef's magic was as unpredictable as the tides, and the forces that sought to disrupt its balance were powerful and unseen. But for the first time since the storm, Adrian felt a sense of certainty in the journey they had embarked upon. His loyalty to Serena, to the cause they shared, had crystallized. Whatever challenges awaited them, they would face them together. It was not just about unraveling the curse or saving the reef. It was about ensuring that their choices would shape the future they both wanted to see. Serena glanced at Adrian, noting the determination in his eyes. His resolve, though still tempered by questions, mirrored her own. She had never expected to find someone who would stand by her side in this way. Someone who, despite not fully understanding the magnitude of what they were about to face, still believed in the possibility of success. It gave her a strength she hadn't known she possessed. She had been alone for so long, bound by duty and burdened by a curse she could not escape. But now, with Adrian's unwavering support, she felt a spark of hope, something that had been buried deep within her for centuries. Together, they stood in silence, the warmth of the sun and the promise of the journey ahead enveloping them. The world seemed to fall away for a moment, leaving only the steady hum of the ship, the distant cry of seagulls, and the gentle lap of the waves against the hull. Their fates were intertwined, and though the road ahead was uncertain, they both knew one thing with absolute clarity: they would face it together. The reef's secrets were still hidden beneath the surface, and the prophecy had yet to reveal its full meaning, but one thing was sure: they were no longer bound by fate alone. They had each other, and that would be enough to guide them forward. The Crimson Tempest sailed steadily through the vast expanse of the ocean, its course now set on a path that could not be undone. The ship, once merely a vessel for adventure, had become a symbol of something much larger, a shared journey into the mysteries of the reef and the ancient curse that bound Serena to it. The sails caught the steady winds, propelling the ship forward, while the creaking of the wooden hull seemed to echo the uncertainty and anticipation that filled the air. Adrian stood at the helm, watching the horizon as the waves parted before them, his thoughts a mixture of gratitude and unshakable curiosity. Since his encounter with Serena, everything had shifted. The reef's shimmering beauty had first captivated him, but it was the deeper magic that surrounded the place, and Serena's connection to it, that truly gripped his mind. The more he learned about the curse and the prophecy, the more questions seemed to emerge. He had never imagined that he would be drawn into something so deeply entwined with ancient forces, but now, every moment spent on this journey only deepened his resolve to uncover the truth. His gratitude for Serena's actions, saving his life in the midst of a perilous storm, was immense, but it was matched by an insatiable need to understand the larger forces at play. As the ship sailed on, Adrian's mind began to turn over the details Serena had shared with him. The prophecy had foretold his arrival, but the hows and whys remained just out of reach. Was it mere coincidence that he had been brought into this? Or was there something more profound at play? Something that could change the course of his life and the fate of the reef forever? He couldn't deny the weight of the responsibility now resting on his shoulders. But with that burden came a sense of purpose that was as new to him as it was undeniable. This journey was no longer about treasure or adventure. It was about something much more meaningful. The mysteries of the reef loomed large before him, but Adrian felt a stirring within him, a readiness to face whatever lay ahead. Every revelation, no matter how cryptic, felt like a key to unlocking the secrets of this ancient place. Serena, too, seemed to carry the weight of these secrets, her quiet resolve matched by the depth of the curse that bound her to the sea. She was both a guide and a prisoner, her life a testament to the intricate dance between the reef's magic and the duty she had been sworn to. Yet, in her eyes, Adrian saw a flicker of something else. A hope that had long been buried but was now beginning to stir, perhaps in part because of the alliance they had forged. As the days passed, the ship's course remained steady, but the tension of the unknown never fully left Adrian. He found himself turning to Serena more and more, seeking her counsel and knowledge of the reef's secrets. Though she had lived with the curse for centuries, there were still gaps in her understanding, things that even she could not fully explain. Together, they would have to dive into those unknowns, uncovering truths that had remained hidden for far too long. The danger, too, was something they would face together. Forces beyond their control seemed to be closing in on the reef, and with each passing day, Adrian felt the urgency of their mission growing stronger. At the same time, the bond between Adrian and Serena deepened. It wasn't just the shared goal of breaking the curse or unlocking the reef's secrets that tied them together. It was something unspoken, a trust that had slowly formed in the quiet moments between their conversations. He had come to respect her not only for her knowledge but for her strength, her resolve in the face of centuries of solitude. She was more than a guardian of the reef. She was a person who had borne a heavy burden for far too long. And now, Adrian was determined to help her lift it, whatever it took. His commitment to her and the journey they were on had become as clear as the wind in the sails. The Crimson Tempest continued its course, cutting through the waters with unwavering purpose, the promise of discovery and the weight of responsibility ahead. Every sunrise brought them closer to the heart of the reef, and the answers they so desperately sought. Adrian stood tall at the helm, his mind focused, his heart aligned with the new purpose that had emerged in his life. The sea stretched out endlessly before him, but now it held a different meaning. It was not just an obstacle or a challenge, it was the key to everything. And with Serena by his side, he was ready to face whatever dangers and revelations awaited them in the deep blue. Chapter 9: Seeking Shelter. The sun hung low on the horizon, its golden rays stretching across the tranquil sea like a painted canvas. The waters were calm, their surface undisturbed except for the gentle wake left behind by the Crimson Tempest as it sailed steadily away from the magical reef. The ship, though still operational, bore the marks of the fierce storm that had tested its integrity. Its battered hull creaked and groaned with every gust of wind, each sound a reminder of the violent forces they had just endured. Despite the visible damage, Adrian Blackwood stood at the helm, his eyes fixed on the horizon, his mind consumed by the strange events that had unfolded in the reef's embrace. Though Adrian's body was free from injury, the toll of the storm and the mysteries of the reef weighed heavily on him. His muscles ached from the strain of fighting the tempest, and his mind raced with the questions Serena's revelations had sparked. The magic of the reef, the curse binding Serena to it, the prophecy. It was all a jumble of complexities he was only beginning to comprehend. His thoughts swirled, but beneath it all, a deep fatigue pressed upon him, one that went beyond the physical exhaustion of surviving a storm. He felt the weight of the journey ahead, the responsibility of their shared mission to uncover the secrets of the reef, and he knew that if he didn't find rest soon, his resolve would begin to falter. Serena, ever perceptive, noticed the subtle signs of Adrian's exhaustion. She had long since attuned herself to the rhythms of the sea, and the subtle shifts in energy that came with the tide. Adrian's posture had stiffened, his movements less fluid than usual, and his gaze was distant, as though he were lost in thought. She could feel the burden of the prophecy and the curse that haunted her weighing on him as well. and she knew that it was time for him to take a step back and recover. The journey they were on would require not just physical strength but emotional resilience, and Adrian's current state of mind wouldn't serve them well in the challenges ahead. With a quiet decision, Serena approached Adrian, her presence at once calming and commanding. She placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, her touch warm against the cool air of the evening. Adrian turned to her, his expression a mix of surprise and gratitude, though it was clear from his weary gaze that he had not been expecting the gesture. Serena spoke softly, her voice low and steady. "Captain, you have done more than your share. Rest now. The journey ahead will be long, and you will need all your strength to face what comes." Her words were simple, but there was an undeniable sense of authority in them, as though she were not just offering advice but giving him permission to slow down. Adrian hesitated for a moment, the weight of his responsibilities tugging at him. He was the captain, the one the crew looked to for leadership and guidance. To rest now, to step back, felt almost like a betrayal of the role he had taken on. But as he looked into Serena's eyes, he saw not just concern but an understanding, a shared recognition of the toll this journey was taking on both of them. He realized that she was right. He couldn't lead them into the unknown if he didn't take the time to recover. With a slow nod, he acknowledged her words, the tension in his shoulders easing as he allowed himself to let go of some of the weight that had been pressing down on him. Serena gestured toward the aft of the ship, where a quiet corner had been set aside for moments like this, away from the bustle of the crew and the demands of the deck. Adrian followed her, grateful for the space and time to collect himself. He sat down, his legs feeling heavy beneath him, and let his gaze drift over the calm waters, the rhythmic motion of the sea lulling his mind into a rare stillness. Serena remained close, offering him the space he needed but staying within reach, her presence a quiet comfort. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, Adrian felt a fleeting sense of peace. He was still unsure of the path ahead, of the mysteries they had yet to uncover, but for now, in this moment, he allowed himself to rest. The hours passed in a serene quiet, the only sounds the occasional creak of the ship and the distant calls of seabirds. Adrian closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the soft warmth of the sun on his skin and the cool breeze on his face. It was a rare respite, a brief interlude in a journey that had already proven to be full of uncertainty and danger. But as the night began to fall, casting its deep blue shadow over the sea, Adrian knew that this moment of peace was only temporary. Tomorrow, they would continue their journey, deeper into the mysteries of the reef, and the weight of the prophecy would press even harder upon them. But for now, he allowed himself to simply breathe, knowing that with Serena's guidance and his own resolve, they would face whatever came next. As twilight descended, a soft hush seemed to settle over the sea. The sky transitioned from shades of orange and pink to deep purples and blues, casting a serene glow over the world. The last vestiges of sunlight shimmered on the water's surface, turning it into a vast canvas of liquid gold. The air had grown cooler, the breeze more pronounced, and the day's warmth was beginning to fade into the quiet of evening. On the deck of the Crimson Tempest, Adrian stood at the edge, his figure silhouetted against the horizon. His gaze was distant, fixed on the line where the sea met the sky, as if searching for answers in the fading light. In the stillness of the moment, a soft ripple broke the surface of the water nearby, drawing Adrian's attention. From the depths, Serena's ethereal form emerged, her silhouette glowing faintly in the twilight. The fading light seemed to dance around her, accentuating the almost otherworldly grace with which she moved. Her long hair flowed in the water like a dark wave, and her eyes, bright and unearthly, locked onto Adrian with a quiet intensity. She had always seemed to embody the very essence of the sea, beautiful, mysterious, and untamable. Now, as she approached the ship, she carried with her an energy that felt both soothing and profound. Serena's quiet movement drew Adrian's attention fully away from the horizon. He turned slightly, watching her glide through the water, her presence a stark contrast to the steady, unforgiving nature of the sea itself. Her gaze met his, and despite the distance between them, he felt as though she were pulling him in, guiding him towards something deeper, something beyond the immediate world around them. He had seen her before, shrouded in mystery, a figure bound to the magical reef. But tonight, there was something different in her. Perhaps it was the fading twilight, or perhaps it was the moment itself, but Serena's presence felt heavier, filled with meaning that went beyond words. When she reached the side of the ship, Serena paused, her figure emerging from the water like a vision woven from the sea itself. The last rays of the sun caught the edges of her form, making her appear almost translucent, as though she were part of the ocean itself. Her eyes, glowing faintly with an inner light, studied Adrian with an unreadable expression. She was silent for a moment, her gaze searching his face as if measuring the weight of his thoughts. The air between them seemed to thrum with unspoken understanding, as though both of them recognized the significance of the moment, the stillness before a shift in their journey. Adrian's eyes lingered on her for a moment, a sense of awe and confusion swirling within him. There was so much he didn't understand, the magic, the prophecy, the connection between them, but looking at Serena, he felt a deep certainty. She was the key to the mysteries they faced, and somehow, she had become the anchor to his resolve. The strange pull he had felt toward the reef and the prophecy now felt more purposeful, more personal. The weight of their shared mission settled upon him once more, but this time, he no longer felt burdened by it. The challenges ahead were formidable, but with Serena by his side, they no longer felt insurmountable. With a slight shift in her posture, Serena closed the distance between them, her voice breaking the silence. "Captain, the time is near. The secrets of the reef are within reach, and the prophecy's path grows clearer with each passing moment. We must prepare ourselves for what lies ahead." Her words were calm, but there was an underlying urgency in them, a sense that the magic they were dealing with was awakening, shifting towards something significant. Her presence, always serene, now seemed to vibrate with the promise of change, of the unraveling of deep, ancient truths. As she spoke, the darkness of the night crept in, surrounding them with the soft murmur of the sea. Adrian nodded slowly, taking in her words and the quiet intensity of the moment. He could feel the weight of her gaze on him, the unspoken bond between them solidifying with every passing second. "I'm ready, Serena," he said quietly, his voice steady. "We'll face whatever comes next together. Whatever secrets the reef holds, we'll uncover them." As he spoke, the last light of the day dipped below the horizon, and the stars began to twinkle above, their cold light reflecting off the darkening sea. The world around them seemed to hold its breath, and in that moment, Adrian knew that their journey had entered a new phase, one that would challenge them in ways they could not yet imagine. But as long as they stood together, he felt ready to face whatever the future held. "Captain," Serena called softly, her voice smooth and calming as it carried over the gentle sound of the waves, reaching Adrian with an almost melodic quality. The night air was crisp, and the stars above flickered faintly against the dark canvas of the sky. The sea whispered around them, its steady rhythm a comforting backdrop to the weight of the world Adrian had been carrying. He turned his gaze toward her, momentarily distracted from his thoughts by the softness of her tone, and found himself meeting her glowing eyes, which reflected the starlight like twin beacons in the darkness. There was an undeniable gentleness to her, but also a quiet command, a presence that made him feel both seen and understood. Serena, standing in the water just below the ship, regarded him with a patient expression. Her figure was bathed in the silvery light of the moon, making her seem even more ethereal, as if she were part of the sea itself. Despite the intensity of their journey so far, her calm demeanor remained a constant, like the ocean, ever present and unshaken by the storms that had come before. She was a figure of both mystery and wisdom, someone whose connection to the reef and the ancient forces at play went far deeper than Adrian could yet comprehend. Still, in this moment, he recognized her desire to ease his burden, to offer him some reprieve from the weight of the world he had been shouldering. "It is time for you to rest," Serena continued, her voice gentle yet firm, a note of concern woven through the words. The reassurance in her tone felt like a balm to Adrian's weary mind. He had spent so long caught in the tide of the unknown, trying to process everything that had been thrust upon him. The recent storm, the curse, the reef's magic. It was all so overwhelming, and yet Serena seemed to know just when he needed a moment to pause. She had been guiding him through the chaos, offering him glimpses of clarity when he needed them most, and now, it seemed, she was offering him the chance to rest. The thought of it, of simply allowing himself to stop for a while, felt foreign but undeniably tempting. Serena's eyes softened, as if she understood the hesitation that lingered in his expression. She moved slightly closer to the ship, the water swirling around her in a fluid motion that seemed almost hypnotic. "I know a place," she said, her words carrying a promise of peace. "A place where you can find shelter and recover from your ordeal. It is quiet, safe, and far removed from the dangers of the sea. You will be able to gather your strength and your thoughts." Her offer was more than just a suggestion. It was an invitation to find solace in the midst of their turbulent journey, a chance to recharge and prepare for what lay ahead. Adrian looked at her for a long moment, torn between his innate drive to press forward and the pull of her offer. His body ached from the strain of the days past, and his mind was clouded with the many questions that still hung in the air. The temptation to rest, to escape the relentless weight of responsibility for even a brief moment, was overwhelming. But there was something else, a deep trust in Serena, a sense that she was offering him not just physical shelter, but the emotional respite he desperately needed. Despite the strangeness of it all, despite the mystery surrounding her and the reef, he couldn't deny the sincerity in her offer. After a brief silence, Adrian exhaled slowly, his shoulders sinking with the release of tension. "I trust you," he said quietly, his voice rough from fatigue. "I'll go with you. I need to rest, to clear my mind." There was no fear in his words, only a quiet acceptance. He had fought against his exhaustion for so long, but now, with Serena's offer hanging in the air, he knew that taking this moment for himself would not be a sign of weakness, but a necessary step in their journey. He had come to rely on her guidance, and now, more than ever, he understood that in order to face the challenges ahead, he had to honor his own need for recovery. Serena nodded in approval, her face breaking into a small, knowing smile. Without another word, she moved back into the water, her form blending seamlessly with the night around her. "Come," she called softly, as if beckoning him into the unknown but safe haven she had promised. Adrian followed her, feeling an unfamiliar lightness in his chest, as if the weight he had been carrying for so long was finally starting to lift. With Serena leading the way, he knew that this moment of rest was just the beginning of a new chapter, one where he would find the strength to continue the journey, armed with both physical and emotional clarity. Adrian turned to face Serena, his brow furrowing slightly as his curiosity peaked. His exhaustion was still evident, but the question seemed to clear the haze in his mind, bringing him back to the present. There was a flicker of relief in his eyes as well. He had been running on empty for far too long, and the promise of respite, of a place where he could finally unwind, was almost too good to be true. Serena's unwavering presence had always provided a quiet sense of assurance, but now, as she motioned for him to follow, he couldn't help but wonder what this mysterious place was that she had in mind. His gaze softened, his body instinctively relaxing in anticipation of whatever comfort she was offering. Serena met his question with a calm, steady gaze, the faintest glint of something like warmth in her eyes. "You'll see soon enough," she replied, her voice smooth like the ocean itself, gentle but imbued with an undeniable strength. There was a quiet reassurance in the way she spoke, as though her words alone were meant to ease any lingering doubts Adrian might have. She didn't offer any further details, but there was something in the way she carried herself that suggested the place was not only safe but perhaps even magical in its own right. Her ethereal presence seemed to fit the image of a place untouched by time, a sanctuary hidden from the chaos of the world. As she spoke, Serena began to glide through the water, her movements fluid and effortless. The night around them seemed to deepen, with only the faint glow of the ship's lanterns and the stars overhead illuminating their path. Adrian watched her for a moment, his gaze lingering on the way she seemed to merge with the water, as if she were a part of it. There was an elegance to her, a timelessness that made him wonder what it was like to exist within the ancient rhythms of the sea. Despite the mystery that still surrounded her, he trusted that she knew what was best for him in this moment. Without another word, she beckoned him to follow, and Adrian hesitated only for a heartbeat before stepping closer to the edge of the ship. The cool night air brushed against his skin, bringing with it the salty scent of the sea and the promise of something new. As he lowered himself carefully over the side of the Crimson Tempest, the water was cool but welcoming, surrounding him in its embrace. The rhythmic sound of the waves lapping against the ship faded as he joined Serena in the water, the space between them growing smaller with every stroke he took. They moved in tandem, Serena leading the way through the still waters, her figure glowing softly in the moonlight. Adrian followed, trusting her completely now, even as the unknown stretched out before him. His muscles, which had been tense and stiff from days of straying, began to loosen as he swam, the soothing sensation of the water easing his fatigue. He found himself marveling at the way the sea enveloped them, as if it were alive, aware of their presence, and offering them its sanctuary. There was no fear, no uncertainty in his mind now, only the quiet peace that came from surrendering to the rhythm of Serena's guidance. As they swam further away from the ship, Adrian's thoughts began to quiet, replaced by the peaceful sounds of the water and the subtle magic of the moment. He had been caught in the chaos of their journey for so long, always running toward the next challenge, the next unknown. But now, for the first time in what felt like ages, he allowed himself to be still. The water beneath him, Serena beside him, he had never realized how much he needed this moment. The world around him was vast, and yet, in that instant, it felt smaller, more manageable. The place Serena had promised, the shelter she spoke of, was not just a physical haven. It was a reminder that even in the face of uncertainty, there could be peace. Serena's eyes sparkled with a hint of mystery, her voice carrying the weight of secrets long kept hidden beneath the waves. An underwater sanctuary, hidden from the eyes of those who do not know its secrets, she said, her words both an invitation and a promise. Her gaze drifted toward the horizon, where the sea met the sky in a seamless line of twilight. There was something almost otherworldly in the way she spoke, as though she were unveiling a treasure that could not be touched by the ordinary hand. Adrian felt a stirring of anticipation deep within him, the exhaustion that had weighed heavily on his shoulders suddenly lifting, replaced by an unfamiliar sense of curiosity. The water around them seemed to respond to her words, the gentle swells of the ocean turning calm and smooth, as if the very sea was attuned to Serena's presence. She swam with graceful, purposeful strokes, her body cutting through the water with ease, as though she were a part of it. Adrian followed closely, though he could not help but marvel at the way the moonlight danced off her, casting shimmering ripples on the surface of the water. Every movement of hers was imbued with an ethereal beauty, and it made the promise of the sanctuary ahead seem all the more compelling. Whatever lay ahead, he knew it would be unlike anything he had experienced before. As they swam, the world around them seemed to shift. The sea's surface, once flat and featureless, now appeared to glow with an almost magical intensity. Serena's words had set something in motion, the water itself becoming more alive, pulsing with a subtle energy. It was as though they were leaving the ordinary world behind, venturing into a space where time and reality blurred. Adrian's senses heightened, every sound and movement magnified in the stillness of the night. The only light now came from the stars overhead, and the soft glow that emanated from Serena, guiding him forward into the unknown. Soon, the outline of a formation beneath the water came into view. It was subtle at first, just a faint shadow against the deeper blue of the ocean floor. But as they drew closer, the shape became clearer, a massive stone archway, adorned with intricate carvings and surrounded by clusters of vibrant coral. The archway seemed to pulse with a quiet, ancient energy, as though it had stood for centuries, unnoticed by those who were not attuned to its presence. The thought that such a place existed, hidden so deeply within the sea, struck Adrian with awe. This was no ordinary refuge. It was a place crafted by forces far older and wiser than anything he had encountered on land. Serena led him beneath the archway and into a cavern of breathtaking beauty. Inside, the water was warmer, infused with a softness that made it feel as though the sea itself were cradling them in its embrace. The walls of the cavern shimmered with iridescent minerals that caught the light in mesmerizing patterns. The air, though thick with moisture, seemed lighter somehow, filled with the scent of salt and earth. Adrian felt the weariness in his bones begin to fade as the magic of the sanctuary wrapped around him, offering him the respite he so desperately needed. The space felt alive, but in a way that was soothing, like the quiet hum of a world untouched by human hands. Serena motioned for him to follow her deeper into the sanctuary. The water here was calm, its surface smooth and clear, reflecting the soft glow of the cavern's walls. There were pools along the sides, each filled with water that seemed to shimmer with healing energy. Serena knelt beside one such pool, her hands brushing the surface lightly. "This place," she explained, her voice a gentle whisper, "has been a sanctuary for those who need healing, physically and spiritually. The magic of the reef flows through it, restoring balance and peace to those who seek it." Adrian watched her with a mixture of wonder and gratitude. The place was not just a physical haven, it was a sanctuary for the soul, a place where one could find renewal and solace, far removed from the chaos of the world above. With a nod of agreement, Adrian followed Serena to the edge of the ship, his eyes tracing the smooth expanse of the ocean below. The water was a deep, inviting blue, calm and still as it reflected the fading light of the day. The gentle undulation of the waves seemed to beckon him, as if the sea itself was calling him to take the next step. Serena stood at the edge, her silhouette framed by the fading orange of the horizon, and as she turned to look at him, her gaze was steady, encouraging, almost serene. Her presence here, amidst the vastness of the ocean, was as natural as the water itself. Adrian felt a tug in his chest, an instinctive pull toward her, and a deeper sense of knowing that this was a journey he had to take. Serena's movements were fluid and graceful as she took a step forward, gliding effortlessly into the water. Her body sliced through the surface with little effort, a quiet ripple marking her descent. The shimmering water swallowed her whole, and for a brief moment, Adrian watched the spot where she had disappeared, his heart racing with both anticipation and uncertainty. The thought of diving into the ocean, following her into its depths, brought with it a strange sense of both dread and excitement. The vastness of the sea was humbling, its mysteries deep and uncharted, and yet there was a part of him that felt ready to face whatever awaited below. Adrian hesitated for a moment longer, his mind spinning with the weight of the unknown. The air was warm, and the ship around him creaked softly in the quiet of the evening. He glanced over the side, peering into the endless expanse of blue that stretched below, and the question that had been gnawing at him, about Serena, about the reef, about his role in this unfolding journey, swirled in his mind. The decision to follow her, to dive into the depths of the ocean, was not just a physical one, it was symbolic of the path he had chosen to walk. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to trust her, to trust the sea, and to trust the forces at play that had led him here. Without another thought, Adrian stepped forward, his legs bending as he crouched near the edge of the ship. He closed his eyes for a split second, gathering his resolve, then plunged into the cool embrace of the ocean below. The water was sharp against his skin, a contrast to the warmth of the air above. For a moment, there was only the rush of water in his ears, the sensation of weightlessness as his body sank deeper into the ocean's depths. The coolness of the water felt invigorating, a welcome contrast to the weight of the storm and the turmoil that had gripped him on the surface. As his body adjusted to the ocean's embrace, Adrian's eyes opened, and he saw Serena just ahead, already moving effortlessly through the water. Her form was a blur of graceful motion, her long hair flowing behind her like strands of silk. There was a quiet power in the way she moved, a certainty that made the unfamiliar depths seem less threatening. Her presence in the water, so at home and unafraid, gave him a sense of calm. He pushed forward, his arms slicing through the water, using the rhythmic pull of the ocean to guide him. The further he descended, the more alive the sea seemed, as if the world beneath the surface had its own pulse, its own rhythm, waiting to be discovered. The light above began to fade as they swam deeper, the shadows of the sea growing longer and more pronounced. Yet the water around them remained clear, the soft glow of bioluminescent creatures beginning to flicker on the edges of their vision, casting an ethereal light in the deep blue expanse. Serena led the way, her movements graceful and sure, as if she were one with the ocean. Adrian followed closely behind, his breath steady and calm, trusting her guidance. The world above, with its concerns and questions, felt like a distant memory now, replaced by the quiet rhythm of the sea and the journey that lay ahead. As Adrian descended into the depths, the sunlight above seemed to stretch and filter through the water in long, golden beams. The surface shimmered faintly above him, but as he sank further, the light began to take on a softer, more ethereal quality. The deep blue of the ocean surrounded him, yet the sunlight created a mosaic of light and shadow, illuminating the water in a mesmerizing glow. The effect was almost hypnotic, as if the very ocean itself was alive, breathing, and speaking in soft whispers. The tranquility of the moment was profound, and for a brief second, Adrian felt like he was suspended between two worlds, the familiar above and the mysterious depths below. Serena moved ahead with grace, her presence cutting through the water like a luminous streak. She was a part of the ocean, her movements as fluid and natural as the waves themselves. The glow of the bioluminescent creatures, flickering like stars in the deep, seemed to follow her, casting a gentle, otherworldly light. Adrian marveled at the ease with which she navigated this submerged world, her figure a beacon of light in the deepening blue. It was clear that she belonged here, that the water and its creatures responded to her as if she were an integral part of their existence. Her long hair streamed behind her like a silver curtain, and her eyes, though distant, held an ancient knowledge that he was just beginning to understand. The further they descended, the more the ocean revealed its secrets. Brightly colored coral formations spread out around them, their hues ranging from deep purples and pinks to vibrant oranges and yellows. Schools of fish darted in every direction, their bodies shimmering in the low light like scattered jewels. Giant, slow-moving creatures, draped in the faintest glow, drifted lazily through the water, undisturbed by their presence. The sea was alive, teeming with movement, but there was a quiet stillness to it, an almost sacred reverence in the way everything seemed to exist in perfect harmony. It was a world both alien and enchanting, far removed from the harsh realities of the surface. Adrian's heart raced as he took in the sights around him. He had spent his life above the water, surrounded by the familiar sounds of wind, waves, and the creaking of the ship's timbers. But here, in this underwater kingdom, everything was different. The usual noise of the world felt distant, replaced by the quiet hum of the ocean, the occasional bubble rising from the depths, and the soft rush of water against his body as he swam. The weightlessness of it all was both soothing and disorienting, and as he swam deeper, he could feel the boundaries between the world above and below beginning to blur. Here, there were no answers, only the promise of discovery. Serena led him onward, her movements unwavering, guiding him toward an unseen destination. The ocean seemed to open up around them, the water growing clearer as they swam. Adrian followed closely, drawn by the quiet strength in her presence, and the sense of trust that had begun to grow between them. He had questions, many of them, but at this moment, they felt less important than the path they were on. There was something comforting about the rhythm of their movements, about the certainty with which Serena swam. It was as if she knew exactly where they were going, and in her confidence, he found the courage to let go of his doubts and follow her. As the ocean deepened, the vibrant colors of the coral began to fade into darker, richer blues. Yet, the water was far from empty. In the distance, Adrian could make out the faint outlines of massive structures, stone-like formations that rose from the ocean floor. There was an ancient quality to them, something older than anything he had seen on the surface. The air around them seemed to shimmer with a quiet, almost palpable magic. He had heard stories of ancient underwater cities and lost civilizations, but seeing it now, in person, felt like stepping into a forgotten world. The sea was not just a force of nature here, it was a keeper of secrets, and he had only begun to glimpse its mysteries. The deeper they went, the more Adrian realized that the ocean was not simply a setting for their journey, it was a character in itself. It had its own voice, its own desires, and its own will. And Serena, as its guardian, seemed to be the key to understanding its true nature. As they swam closer to the glowing underwater sanctuary Serena had spoken of, Adrian couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and wonder. This world, this realm beneath the waves, was far more than he had ever imagined. It was a world of magic, of ancient power, and of possibilities yet to be discovered. and with Serena by his side, he felt ready to uncover its most guarded truths. The sanctuary came into view as they rounded the last bend of the narrow passageway. It was nestled in a secluded cove, shielded from the open ocean by a ring of towering coral formations that reached upward like the spires of a forgotten temple. The reef's vibrant colors were muted in the dim light, but the corals themselves seemed to glow softly, casting an ethereal radiance that shimmered in the water. The area felt untouched, as though the ocean had guarded this secret place for centuries, waiting for the right moment to reveal it. As they swam closer, the soothing light of bioluminescent plants seemed to pulse in harmony with the rhythm of the ocean, a natural lullaby that calmed the senses. Serena led the way with effortless grace, guiding Adrian through the narrow passageway that separated the outer world from the sanctuary's heart. The walls of the passage were adorned with delicate bioluminescent flora, their soft glow reflecting off the water like stars scattered in the night sky. Every step they took was accompanied by the faintest glow, the colors shifting in response to their movements. The flora's light wasn't harsh or intrusive but gentle, like the glow of a distant lantern, casting a warm, inviting glow that seemed to wrap around them like a blanket. Adrian marveled at the beauty of it all, feeling as though he was walking through a dream. The air in the passage was different here, charged with a quiet, vibrant energy that seemed to hum in the water around them. It wasn't like the empty stillness of the open ocean. This was alive with the sound of nature, the soft murmur of currents, the distant calls of deep-sea creatures, and the gentle hum of the sanctuary itself. The sound was subtle but pervasive, a calming symphony that settled Adrian's racing thoughts. It was a reminder that he was no longer in the world he knew, but in a place where the very fabric of existence seemed to have its own rhythm, one he could only begin to understand. The hum had a therapeutic quality, easing the tension that had been building in his body since the storm. As they moved deeper into the sanctuary, the narrow passage opened into a vast underwater cavern, its ceiling lost in the shadows above. The walls of the cavern were alive with color, swirls of red, green, and gold coral formations mixed with schools of shimmering fish that darted between the coral like streaks of light. Above them, the faintest touch of sunlight filtered through the water, casting long rays that illuminated the space in an almost magical way. The light refracted off the water, creating 1,000 shifting reflections that danced across the cavern floor. It felt like stepping into another world, a world where time moved differently, and the weight of the outside world no longer mattered. In the center of the cavern, a small but powerful energy radiated from a natural rock formation, its surface covered in moss-like growths that pulsed with soft light. It was a stone altar of sorts, but its purpose was unclear to Adrian. The energy surrounding it was palpable, almost as if the very stone had absorbed centuries of knowledge, of secrets long kept hidden. Serena paused as they approached the altar, her gaze softening as she looked at it. The sanctuary's magic was concentrated here, a silent force that seemed to flow through the water and into everything that surrounded it. Adrian could feel the power in the air, but it was not threatening. Rather, it was grounding, like an anchor to something far greater than himself. Serena finally turned to him, her expression serene and knowing. "This is the heart of the sanctuary," she said softly, her voice carrying the weight of generations. "It is a place of healing, of rest, but also of understanding. Here, the magic of the reef is strongest, and its secrets are more accessible to those who seek them." Adrian could sense the reverence in her tone, the deep connection she felt to this place. He was still overwhelmed by the beauty and mystery of it all, but now, with Serena's guidance, he could begin to feel the sanctity of the place. The hum of life around them seemed to grow louder, more profound, as though the sanctuary itself was aware of their presence. It was a sacred space, and for the first time, Adrian felt a small spark of understanding flicker within him. This was a place not just of refuge, but of purpose. As they swam into the sanctuary, Adrian's breath caught in his throat. The sight before him was beyond anything he could have imagined. The underwater grotto stretched out in all directions, a sprawling space of breathtaking beauty. The walls were adorned with shimmering shells that caught the light, reflecting colors that seemed to shift with every movement of the water. Iridescent coral formed intricate patterns along the surface, some branching out like delicate trees while others curled in on themselves like spiraling sculptures. The colors here were far more vivid than he had seen elsewhere, a spectrum of blues, purples, and soft pinks that seemed to pulse with life. It was as if the sanctuary itself was alive, breathing in harmony with the ocean. Natural arches formed stunning entryways, their rounded, smooth surfaces covered with soft algae that gave off a faint, silvery glow. These arches led to various caverns, each one unique, creating a labyrinth of beauty and tranquility. Some caverns were open to the sky, where the surface light filtered through the water in beams, casting ethereal patterns across the sandy floor. Others were more enclosed, with walls that seemed to glow with a soft, internal light, as if the very stones were enchanted. The passages between these caverns were wide and inviting, beckoning Adrian deeper into the heart of the sanctuary, offering no sense of claustrophobia but instead a calming sense of vastness, as though the entire space were a world unto itself. The water in this sacred place was different, warmer and clearer than the ocean outside. It felt like a soft embrace against Adrian's skin, soothing his tired muscles and calming the restless energy that had followed him through the days of turmoil. There was no harsh current here, just a gentle movement, as though the sea itself had slowed its rhythm to allow those who entered this realm to find peace. The clarity of the water was uncanny, allowing Adrian to see the bottom of the grotto with perfect clarity, where schools of colorful fish danced in and out of the coral, their scales shimmering like little pieces of light. Even the smallest creatures appeared in sharp detail, making the space feel alive in every sense of the word. Ambient light streamed through the water, casting a gentle, otherworldly glow that seemed to permeate every corner of the sanctuary. The light was not harsh or glaring, but soft and diffused, as though the very water itself was filtering it to create a calm, serene atmosphere. Shadows from the rocks and coral shifted and danced across the cavern walls, creating the illusion of movement in the stillness. It was a place that seemed untouched by time, a quiet, sacred refuge where the passage of time itself was forgotten. The glow from the bioluminescent plants and creatures around them only heightened the magical nature of the space, giving it an almost dreamlike quality. Serena moved effortlessly through the water, her movements graceful and deliberate, as if she were part of the very current that flowed through the grotto. Adrian, though still in awe of the beauty surrounding him, felt a deep sense of peace settle over him. The heaviness he had carried with him from the world above seemed to lift in the presence of such tranquility. The air here was different, too, a subtle, unspoken magic that hummed gently, carrying with it a sense of healing and understanding. It was as if the sanctuary itself was welcoming him, accepting him into its embrace as part of a larger, ongoing cycle. As they ventured deeper into the grotto, Adrian felt a growing sense of connection, not just to the sanctuary, but to Serena and the mystery of the reef itself. The more he took in the grandeur and serenity of this place, the more he understood that it held not just a physical beauty, but a spiritual significance. This was a place of peace and healing, yes, but it was also a place of secrets, a place where the forces of the ocean converged in ways Adrian was only beginning to comprehend. He glanced at Serena, her serene expression telling him that she, too, felt the deep bond between the sanctuary and the mission they had set out on. The reef was not just a place to protect, it was something much greater, a part of a living, breathing entity that extended far beyond their understanding. "This is incredible," Adrian said, his voice filled with wonder as he took in the sights. His gaze swept across the vast, underwater expanse, and every inch seemed to hold a new marvel. The shimmering shells on the walls, their delicate shapes reflecting the faint light like pieces of treasure, caught his attention first. Each shell seemed to tell its own story, its iridescent surface rippling with colors that shifted as he moved. The coral, vibrant and alive, stretched in sweeping curves, some clusters blooming like delicate flowers while others spiraled in tight, intricate patterns. It was a world so full of life and color that it felt almost unreal, as though he had stepped into a dream. As he swam further into the grotto, Adrian marveled at the way the light filtered through the water, casting an ethereal glow over everything. The beams of sunlight, softened by the depths, illuminated the grotto in a way that made every surface sparkle. The water here seemed to act as a natural lens, magnifying the beauty of the surroundings. He could see tiny fish darting through the water, their scales shimmering like droplets of silver. The clarity of the water allowed him to observe every minute detail, the way the light reflected off the surface of the coral, the gentle swaying of the seaweed, and the elegant dance of the creatures living here. The ambient hum of the underwater life added to the peaceful atmosphere, a soft, constant sound that was both calming and reassuring. It was as if the sanctuary itself was alive, its pulse synchronized with the movements of the sea. The longer Adrian stayed, the more he felt in tune with this rhythm, as though the very water around him was cleansing the fatigue and confusion he had carried from the surface. The peacefulness here was unlike anything he had ever known, and it made the weight of the world feel far away, distant, and unimportant. This was a space for healing, a place where time seemed to slow down, allowing him to gather his thoughts and let go of the stresses he had endured. Serena swam beside him, her presence a constant, serene force. Her movements were effortless, and Adrian couldn't help but feel a sense of awe not only for the sanctuary but also for her. The way she navigated the waters with such grace, as if she had always belonged here, was mesmerizing. She had become so much more than a mysterious figure in his journey. She was a guide, a protector of this sacred place, and someone whose own connection to the reef ran deeper than Adrian could ever fully understand. He watched her, captivated by her beauty and strength, and for the first time since they had met, he began to feel a sense of calm in her presence. "You've spent centuries here, haven't you?" Adrian asked, his voice barely above a whisper as he spoke to Serena, his words almost reverent in the quiet of the sanctuary. "How do you remain so serene? This place, it feels like it's full of power, but also peace. It's hard to believe that anything could disturb such a place." Serena's eyes softened as she turned toward him, her expression gentle but filled with an emotion that Adrian couldn't quite place. "This place does hold power, but it is not invulnerable," she said, her voice carrying the weight of experience. "The magic of the reef is delicate, and even the smallest disturbance can have a ripple effect. It's why I have dedicated myself to protecting it for so long. But it is also a place of healing, a refuge for those who know how to seek its sanctuary. You're feeling the peace because it is meant to offer respite, not just to the body, but to the soul as well." Adrian absorbed her words, feeling a deep, quiet understanding settle within him. This place was not just a physical location, but a sanctuary in every sense of the word, a place for restoration, not only of the body but of something deeper. The beauty and serenity surrounding him were more than just visual. They resonated with a quiet power that spoke to him on an emotional level, making him feel as if he were not only in a space of tranquility, but in the very heart of something ancient and sacred. He looked around once more, awe still reflected in his eyes. "I can't imagine a more perfect place for what lies ahead," he murmured, more to himself than to Serena. Serena smiled, her eyes reflecting the serene beauty of the sanctuary, as if she herself were a part of its magic. The warm, golden light of the underwater grotto seemed to embrace her, making her appear ethereal, as though she belonged to the very essence of the place. Her smile, soft and knowing, carried a quiet reassurance. "It is a place of magic and healing," she said, her voice soothing and gentle, as if the words themselves held the power to calm any lingering storm. "Where the sea's energy can work its restorative powers. Here, you can rest and recover." As she spoke, Adrian's gaze followed hers, taking in the peaceful surroundings once more. The water around them felt different now, gentler, warmer, almost alive with a quiet energy that seemed to hum in the space between each breath. It was as if the sanctuary itself welcomed him, the ebb and flow of the water syncing with his own heartbeat. The clarity of the water made every movement seem weightless, every breath effortless. Even the air felt different, infused with a subtle magic that seemed to radiate from the walls of the grotto and from Serena herself. This was not merely a place to rest. It was a sanctuary where body and soul could heal in ways that transcended the physical. Adrian glanced at Serena, his curiosity piqued. "How does it work? This magic of the sea, I mean. How can it heal someone so deeply?" His words were tentative, filled with both wonder and respect for the power that radiated from the grotto. He had experienced the strength of the sea's magic firsthand, but this place seemed to hold a deeper, more ancient power. It was as though every wave, every ripple of water, carried the wisdom of ages, offering healing not just for wounds but for deeper scars that lingered unseen. Serena's gaze softened as she floated nearby, her movements effortless in the water. She spoke slowly, as if sharing a secret long held close to her heart. The magic of the sea is not something that can be easily understood by those who live on land. It is a force as old as the ocean itself, woven into the fabric of the world, carrying the essence of life and death, creation and destruction. The reef, the creatures that inhabit it, and the waters surrounding it all share this energy. When you are immersed in it, like you are now, it becomes a part of you. It heals because it connects to your very soul, mending not just the body, but the spirit. Her words sank into Adrian's consciousness, and he found himself becoming more attuned to the subtle rhythms of the sanctuary. It was as if the sanctuary was listening to him, understanding the unspoken fatigue that had weighed heavily on him for so long. The physical exhaustion from the storm, the battles, the constant danger, all of it seemed to melt away in the warmth of the water. For the first time in what felt like ages, Adrian felt the weariness in his bones begin to ease. There was a gentle pull in the air, a soft pressure in the water, as though everything around him was working in harmony to bring him back to balance. Serena, sensing his quiet absorption in the healing energy, continued. "The energy here can only do so much on its own," she said, her voice lowering slightly, as if the sanctity of the place required a touch of reverence. "It can mend what is broken, soothe what is weary, but it cannot fix what is beyond its reach. It works in harmony with your own will, your own strength. You must be willing to embrace the healing it offers, and in doing so, you give it the power to mend the deepest parts of you. The process is not instantaneous, but it is effective when the mind and heart are open to it." Adrian nodded slowly, taking in her words. He realized that this sanctuary was more than just a place of refuge. It was a space that invited him to heal in a way that required more than just physical rest. It was about connecting with the world around him, embracing the power of the sea, and allowing its magic to guide him back to his center. With a renewed sense of calm, he allowed himself to close his eyes for a moment, inhaling deeply, feeling the energy of the water course through him, and for the first time in a long while, he felt a glimmer of hope. This place, this magic, was the beginning of something new. Serena guided Adrian to a secluded spot within the sanctuary, a smooth, sandy area nestled beneath the protective embrace of a towering coral outcrop. The coral rose like a fortress around them, its vibrant colors glowing softly in the ambient light, casting intricate shadows on the ground. The space felt almost sacred, as if the earth itself had designed it for moments like this, when rest was needed, when healing was the only priority. The soft sound of the water lapping against the shore added to the tranquility, creating a serene rhythm that seemed to invite Adrian to relax and let go of the burdens that had weighed him down. "Make yourself comfortable," Serena urged gently, her voice carrying a quiet authority, but also a tenderness that spoke of her understanding. She motioned to the sand, its surface warm and inviting, cushioned by the slow ebb and flow of the water's edge. "The waters here will help to soothe your fatigue and mend any lingering wounds." She settled down beside him, her movements graceful and fluid, as if she herself were a part of the sanctuary. The soft ripples of water danced around the sandy shore, their edges kissed by the golden glow of the setting sun that filtered through the water's surface, casting a soft glow over the space. Adrian hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the journey in his limbs and the exhaustion that still clung to him. Despite the warmth of the water and the gentle, comforting atmosphere, he remained tense, his mind still racing with the thoughts of the challenges ahead. Serena, sensing his hesitation, gave him a small, reassuring smile, her eyes filled with understanding. "You do not have to force yourself to relax," she said softly. "The water will meet you where you are. Just let it take you, bit by bit, as you are ready." With a deep breath, Adrian sat down on the sand, his muscles aching from the strain of recent battles, both physical and emotional. The moment he sank into the warm embrace of the water's edge, he could feel its gentle pull, a subtle invitation to release the tension in his body. The water lapped at his skin, not cold or overpowering, but instead like a soothing balm, erasing the sharp edges of fatigue. He allowed himself to lean back slightly, staring up at the coral outcrop above, letting the soft light and the sounds of the underwater world lull him into a peaceful state. As the water began to encircle him, Adrian felt its magic at work, not just healing his body but quieting his mind. The deep hum of the ocean seemed to resonate within him, aligning with his own pulse. His thoughts slowed, becoming less frantic, as if the sanctuary itself was offering him not only physical healing but a mental reprieve. The tension in his shoulders began to melt away, and for the first time in days, he felt himself drifting into a space of clarity and calm. It was as though the weight of his responsibilities had been momentarily lifted, leaving him open to the possibility of rest. Serena watched him quietly, her gaze soft and patient. She understood the power of this place, how it could reach into a person's very soul if they allowed it. The water here did more than just heal the body. It reconnected them to the ancient forces of the sea, to the balance of life itself. Adrian's recovery was not only a matter of physical rest, but of allowing the energy around him to flow freely, restoring him from the inside out. She remained beside him, silently guarding him, knowing that the healing process would take time, and in that time, they both had the space to prepare for the journey that lay ahead. Adrian sank deeper into the soft, sandy bed, the warmth from the water surrounding him wrapping around his body like a gentle, protective embrace. The weariness from the long journey, the battles fought, and the weight of the recent revelations slowly began to melt away. The magic of the sanctuary seemed to seep into every pore, infusing him with a sense of peace he hadn't known in months. As the water lapped gently against his skin, he allowed himself to relax completely for the first time in what felt like an eternity. The surrounding coral and bioluminescent flora glowed softly, their light creating a dreamlike atmosphere that seemed to exist outside the constraints of time, a place where only healing and rest mattered. Serena, standing at the edge of the shallow water, observed Adrian with quiet attentiveness. Her gaze, though steady, held an undercurrent of concern that betrayed her careful nature. The toll of the journey had been heavy on him, and while she had seen him endure much, there was a softness in her heart as she watched him now, allowing himself the rest he so desperately needed. Her presence, though silent, was a comforting anchor to Adrian. The bond between them, forged through their shared trials and the deep trust they had cultivated, seemed to resonate in the air around them, a quiet reminder that neither was truly alone. She remained still, her body half submerged in the water, watching over him with a protective grace. There was a depth of care in her expression, a concern she rarely allowed to show so plainly. The magic of the sanctuary, while healing, was not an instant cure. It required time, patience, and trust. She could feel the shifting currents beneath the surface, the ebb and flow of the ocean's ancient rhythm, and she understood that Adrian, too, needed time to absorb not only the physical healing but also the emotional release that came from allowing himself this moment of respite. Adrian, feeling the pull of the sanctuary's peace, closed his eyes for a moment, letting the sensations of the environment wash over him. The rhythmic sound of the water, the soft glow of the coral, and the gentle warmth of the healing water seemed to quiet his mind and ease the lingering tensions in his body. Despite the uncertainty of their journey and the complexity of their mission, for this brief moment, he allowed himself to simply be present. His thoughts were no longer racing. His body was no longer stiff with the weight of responsibility. In the calm of the sanctuary, he found something rare, true peace. But even as he rested, he couldn't fully push aside the questions swirling in his mind. Serena's presence, the prophecy, the curse binding her, these mysteries still lingered, pressing at the edges of his consciousness. Yet, he realized with a sense of gratitude that he no longer had to carry the burden of these questions alone. Serena had become not just a guide, but a companion. The bond they shared was still evolving, but it was undeniably strong, built on trust, respect, and the shared understanding that their paths were intertwined in ways they could not yet fully comprehend. Serena noticed the subtle shift in Adrian's demeanor, the way his tense posture began to relax, the faintest softening in his face. She knew this healing wasn't just physical, it was emotional, spiritual even. As much as he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders, she could sense that he was beginning to let go, even if just for a little while. The bond they had forged through their shared trials was a steady force between them, and for all the unknowns ahead, Serena was certain that together, they could face whatever came. The journey was far from over, but in this moment of rest, they were united in their purpose and their shared resolve. Serena's voice broke the stillness of the sanctuary, her words gentle but laced with an underlying strength that had become familiar to Adrian. He looked up at her, his eyes heavy with gratitude and the lingering weight of their journey. The peace of the sanctuary was palpable, but he understood the unspoken duty Serena carried. Despite the sanctuary's calming embrace, her role as guardian of the reef never ceased, and her commitment to maintaining its balance was something she could not set aside. Her figure, lit by the soft glow of bioluminescent flora, radiated a quiet authority. Even in this sacred space, where healing could take place, she knew that the forces she protected were constantly at play beneath the surface. The reef, its magic, and the delicate harmony of the ocean demanded constant vigilance, and Serena was the anchor that kept everything from falling into chaos. Her gaze shifted toward the deeper parts of the sanctuary, her thoughts already turning to the unseen currents and energies that flowed through the waters. She knew her task was far from over. The balance of the reef was fragile, and though it could heal and restore, it also needed to be protected from forces that could disrupt it. Adrian settled further into the warm, comforting sands, allowing the waters to heal the remnants of fatigue and strain that still clung to his body. He watched Serena with a mix of admiration and concern. He could sense that, even in this place of peace, she was always attuned to the reef's needs. It was a responsibility that weighed heavily on her, and yet it seemed to be an integral part of who she was. Her dedication to the ocean, its creatures, and the very magic that sustained them was unwavering. He knew that, despite the sanctuary's restorative powers, Serena could never truly find respite for herself. "You don't have to do this alone," Adrian said quietly, his voice thick with sincerity. He understood the burden she bore, the responsibility that had kept her tethered to the reef for centuries. The realization that her existence was bound to the very magic she protected weighed on him, but it also ignited a deeper determination within him. He had committed to this journey, not only to uncover the mysteries of the reef but to ensure that Serena did not have to carry her burdens in isolation. They were in this together, after all, and he had no intention of stepping back now. Serena turned to him, her expression softening slightly at his words. There was a warmth in her gaze, an appreciation for the understanding he had shown. Yet she knew the cost of the path ahead would not allow for idle distractions. The reef's magic, the prophecy, and her curse were intricately tied, and while Adrian's presence had brought hope, the task at hand remained complex. "I will not leave you," he had said. Her heart warmed at the thought, but she had no illusions about the trials they would face. To protect the reef, to seek her redemption, and to break the curse that bound her, each step of their journey would demand everything they had. She glanced back toward the vibrant coral walls that encased them, feeling the subtle pull of the reef's energy. "Rest now," she urged, her voice gentle but insistent. "The sanctuary will restore you. But know that the work ahead will require all of us, our strength, our resolve, and our unity. Together, we can ensure the reef survives." With that, she turned away, a quiet determination settling over her features. As she moved toward the deeper recesses of the sanctuary, Adrian couldn't help but admire her. She was both protector and prisoner, bound by the forces that had shaped her life, but he would not let her face it alone. As her figure receded, he closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of the waters and the certainty that their shared path had only just begun. Adrian's words hung in the calm air, his voice soft but filled with genuine gratitude. As the warm, soothing waters continued to surround him, he felt the fatigue and tension that had weighed on him slowly melt away. The sanctuary, with its peaceful energy and magical presence, seemed to cradle him in a way that nothing else could. He could feel the healing magic in the water working through his body, easing the aches and stresses of both his physical and emotional turmoil. Despite the complexity of their journey, the serene surroundings offered a sense of calm he hadn't experienced in what felt like a lifetime. For a moment, he allowed himself to simply exist, allowing the sanctuary to do its work and grant him a fleeting respite from the burdens of the world above. Serena's gaze softened as she watched him settle into the healing embrace of the waters. Her heart stirred with a quiet sense of fulfillment. She had seen countless souls come and go, but few had expressed such genuine appreciation for the magic of the sanctuary. Many who entered its healing waters took it for granted, assuming it was simply a place of rest. But Adrian understood, perhaps more deeply than others, that this place was not just a sanctuary. It was a living part of the reef's intricate ecosystem, a reflection of its power and life force. Her role as its guardian had always been to protect such places, to ensure that the balance of magic and nature was maintained. His words, however simple, were a reminder of the connection they shared, not just in their mission but in their recognition of the importance of the forces at play. "I am glad you find it so," Serena said, her voice filled with warmth and a trace of something deeper, something unspoken. She approached him slowly, the water gliding smoothly around her. She had offered him this space for recovery, and now it was clear to her that the rest had not only been physical. Adrian's connection to the reef's magic, however tenuous, was growing. She had seen his curiosity and confusion earlier, but now she saw something more, an understanding beginning to take root. The journey they were on was as much about unraveling the mysteries of the reef as it was about understanding the bond between them, a bond that had only deepened over time. "Rest as long as you need," she continued, her voice gentle but firm. "This place has the power to heal, but you must also allow yourself the time to rest." Her eyes met his, filled with an unspoken promise. Serena knew the road ahead would be difficult, and there was still much he had to face, not only with the reef but within himself. The prophecy had set them on a path, but the challenges would be many. She couldn't expect him to always be strong or resolute, and she had come to realize that her role was not only as a guide but also as a source of support. Adrian's resolve had already proven steadfast, but the journey would demand more of him than he knew. The weight of the reef's magic and the curse that bound her would test them both. Adrian opened his eyes slowly, his gaze finding hers. There was a quiet intensity in her expression, an awareness that mirrored his own growing understanding. She had been right. He had to let go of the questions for now, allow himself to recover, and trust that the path would reveal itself in time. He could feel the weight of responsibility already pressing down on him, but in this moment, surrounded by Serena's calm presence and the gentle hum of the sanctuary, the urgency seemed distant. He nodded, his resolve solidifying as he allowed himself to sink deeper into the water. "I will," he replied simply. "I trust you, Serena." "Thank you truly." The silence between them felt comfortable, filled with mutual understanding. Adrian let the water's magic continue its work, his mind slowing as the rhythmic pulse of the ocean soothed his thoughts. Serena, for her part, felt a quiet peace settle within her. The healing process, both for him and for the journey ahead, would take time. But in this sacred space, with the weight of the outside world at bay, there was a sense of certainty that they were on the right path. The task ahead would not be easy, but it was one they would face together, bound by a shared purpose. As she watched Adrian close his eyes again, Serena silently vowed to protect him, just as she had vowed to protect the reef. This journey was as much about restoring the reef's balance as it was about finding redemption for herself, and she wasn't about to let either of them falter. Serena's gaze softened as Adrian spoke, and she felt an unexpected warmth in her chest. His words were sincere, and the gratitude he expressed was something she didn't take lightly. The weight of her centuries-long existence, bound by duty and responsibility, had made her accustomed to carrying burdens alone. Yet, in this fleeting moment, Adrian's trust and appreciation were like a balm to her spirit. His acknowledgement of her guidance, of her role in the delicate balance of the sea, reminded her of the reasons she had remained a guardian for so long. There was purpose in her service, and his words reaffirmed that purpose, sparking something deeper within her, something she hadn't felt in a long time. As she watched him relax into the sanctuary, she couldn't help but admire his strength. His journey was just beginning, and though he may have entered this world with skepticism and confusion, he had already shown courage that few possessed. Serena knew the challenges ahead would not be easy, not just for Adrian, but for both of them. The forces at play, the magic of the reef, the curse that bound her, and the prophecy that connected their fates, were all formidable and complex. But there was an undeniable bond between them, one that had been growing since their first encounter, and it gave her hope. Hope that together, they could face the trials that awaited them and uncover the truths hidden beneath the waves. Her words were soft, but filled with a sense of purpose. "It is my duty to protect and aid those who seek to understand the magic of the sea," she said, her voice steady and sure. "And you, Captain, have proven yourself worthy of that aid." Her eyes met his once more, and for a brief moment, she allowed herself to see him not just as the captain of the Crimson Tempest, but as someone who, like her, was searching for answers in a world full of uncertainty. "Rest well, and when you are ready, we will continue our journey together," she added, the promise in her voice unwavering. She turned slightly, her eyes scanning the shimmering water around them, the peaceful hum of the sanctuary providing a soothing backdrop to their conversation. It was a rare thing for Serena to feel at peace in such a place. Her existence had always been tied to the reef, to the ebb and flow of its magic, and yet this moment felt different. Perhaps it was the captain's presence, his curiosity, his trust, that made her feel as though she wasn't alone in her duties for once. For the first time in centuries, the prospect of the future didn't seem so daunting. There was a path ahead, one she and Adrian would walk together, and the thought of facing it with someone by her side brought a sense of calm she had not expected. Adrian settled back into the sand, his gaze never leaving Serena. Though he was tired, his mind still hummed with the questions that had begun to surface since their arrival at the sanctuary. There was so much about the reef's magic, about Serena's curse, and about the prophecy that still eluded him. But for the first time since he had set sail, he allowed himself to relax, to surrender to the moment. He trusted Serena, her strength, her wisdom, and her commitment to the journey they were about to undertake. And as the cool, healing waters of the sanctuary wrapped around him, he felt a deep sense of gratitude, not only for the place but for the person who had brought him here. Serena was no ordinary guide, and though their journey was still in its infancy, Adrian felt that their connection was already far stronger than he had ever imagined. As the tranquility of the sanctuary settled over them both, Serena allowed herself to stand still for a moment, contemplating the future. The road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but she was no longer alone in the way she had been for so long. Adrian had stepped into her world, and together they would uncover the secrets of the reef. They would uncover the truth behind her curse, the prophecy that bound them, and the deeper magic of the sea. There was a sense of purpose now, a shared resolve that filled her heart. And despite the uncertainty of what lay ahead, Serena knew one thing for certain. They were ready to face whatever the ocean had in store for them. As the last light of day faded, the underwater sanctuary seemed to come alive in a soft, ethereal glow. The bioluminescent flora that adorned the walls of the cavern shimmered like stars scattered across the night sky, casting a gentle radiance that made the entire space feel otherworldly. The rhythmic hum of the ocean, its gentle swells and soothing currents, seemed to embrace Adrian, as if the very waters were comforting him. With every passing moment, the tension and weariness that had been etched into his body began to dissolve, replaced by a profound sense of calm. The weight of his journey, of the storm he had survived and the mysteries that lay ahead, seemed to lighten in this peaceful haven. Lying back on the smooth, warm sands of the sanctuary, Adrian allowed his eyes to flutter closed. The sea's cool embrace surrounded him, a comforting presence that made him feel more grounded than he had in days. It was as though the sanctuary itself had a way of nurturing both body and soul, a place where time slowed, where nothing existed but the steady pulse of the ocean and the quiet flicker of light. The sounds of distant waves and the soft swaying of the seaweed lulled him further into a state of tranquility. In this moment, there was no danger, no pressing uncertainty, just the calm, the quiet, and the sense of security that came with the knowledge that he was protected. The exhaustion that had clung to him for so long finally melted away. Every muscle in his body, still sore from the trials of the past days, seemed to relax as the healing waters continued to work their magic. His breathing slowed, and a deep, peaceful sense of rest settled over him. It was the kind of rest that he had not known since before the storm, before the revelations about the reef and Serena's curse. As his mind began to quiet, it was as though the sanctuary was washing away not only the physical fatigue but the mental and emotional burdens as well. In this place, he could finally let go of the worry and fear that had plagued him, at least for a while. As Adrian drifted deeper into slumber, his thoughts swirled with fragments of the journey ahead. Serena's words echoed in his mind, the prophecy, the curse, the magic that tied their fates together. He knew that they were only at the beginning of an arduous path, and the weight of the task ahead had not yet fully settled on his shoulders. But here, in the sanctuary's embrace, he felt a spark of something stronger than fear, hope. Hope that together, with Serena's knowledge and his own resolve, they would uncover the truth and break the curse that bound her. The journey would not be easy, and the road would be fraught with danger, but in this peaceful space, Adrian allowed himself to believe that they could succeed. The comforting rhythm of the ocean seemed to speak to him in the language of dreams, filling his subconscious with visions of the reef and its secrets, of Serena's deep connection to the sea, and of the uncharted territories they had yet to explore. He knew that the path ahead would be difficult, that they would face challenges beyond what he could imagine, but for the first time, he felt a sense of certainty. There was a purpose to this journey, one that had brought them together for a reason he was beginning to understand. As the bioluminescence flickered softly around him, Adrian allowed himself to trust in the unfolding mystery, to trust in the bond they were forging, and to trust that, somehow, they would find a way to restore balance to the reef and to Serena's life. In the depths of the sanctuary, as the final tendrils of daylight faded into the night, Adrian slept soundly, his dreams filled with the promise of discovery. The road ahead was unknown, but for now, he was at peace. The magic of the sea had provided him with the rest he needed, and in the quiet sanctuary, he found the strength to face whatever challenges awaited him. Serena's curse was still an enigma, the secrets of the reef still hidden beneath layers of mystery, but Adrian knew that, together, they would find the answers. And with that certainty, he drifted deeper into sleep, the gentle waves of the ocean carrying him into a night of well-deserved rest. Chapter 10: The Prophecy's Warning. The underwater sanctuary enveloped Adrian in an otherworldly sense of tranquility, far removed from the chaos and dangers of the surface world. Here, beneath the water's surface, the usual burdens of his life seemed distant and insignificant, as if the very essence of the ocean had the power to wash them away. The grotto was a place of profound peace, where the rhythmic ebb and flow of the water created a steady, soothing pulse that resonated in his bones. It was as though the ocean itself was breathing, its quiet exhalations guiding him into a deeper state of rest and reflection. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Adrian was free to simply exist without the weight of constant threat or uncertainty pressing down on him. As the days passed in this serene haven, Adrian found himself adjusting to the rhythms of the underwater world. The initial disorientation had faded, replaced by a growing sense of connection to this mystical realm. The water, warm and inviting, seemed to cradle him, its currents gentle yet steady. The bioluminescent coral that lined the grotto's walls cast an ethereal glow, bathing everything in a soft, otherworldly light. The delicate glow of the plants and creatures illuminated the depths, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that made him feel as though he had entered a different world altogether, one where time moved slower and the worries of life could not reach him. In this peaceful space, Adrian could breathe deeply and without restraint, his body finally able to relax after the harrowing experiences of the storm. Though the sanctuary offered him physical respite, Adrian knew it was more than just a place for rest. It was a sanctuary in the truest sense, a place for healing and reflection. His body, still bearing the remnants of the fatigue and wounds he had sustained during their journey, was mending with each passing moment in the warm waters. The magic of the sanctuary seemed to enhance the process, drawing out the last vestiges of exhaustion and replacing them with renewed vitality. Adrian had been pushed to his limits, both physically and emotionally, in the days leading up to their arrival here. Yet, now, he felt a quiet strength returning to him, his muscles loosening and his mind becoming clearer with every breath. The real restoration, however, was occurring beneath the surface of his thoughts. Adrian had been grappling with the mysteries that had been thrust upon him since he first encountered Serena and the magical reef. The revelations about the curse that bound her, the prophecy that had set them on this path, and the secrets of the reef had all left him with more questions than answers. Yet, as he rested in the sanctuary, Adrian began to feel the weight of these mysteries settle into a place of calm within him. The uncertainty was still there, but it no longer felt like a burden he had to bear alone. The journey ahead, though daunting, had a purpose, and in this quiet sanctuary, Adrian was beginning to trust that they could uncover the truth together. As the days in the sanctuary stretched on, Adrian felt the stirring of a new sense of resolve. The physical healing was complete, but the true strength he had gained here was far deeper. He felt ready to face the next phase of their journey, the next challenge that awaited him and Serena. The answers they sought lay just beyond the horizon, and though the path would not be easy, Adrian was no longer intimidated by the unknown. The sanctuary had given him the peace and clarity he needed to press forward with renewed determination. And as he gazed out at the serene beauty of the underwater world, Adrian felt certain that, with Serena by his side, they could uncover the secrets of the reef and break the curse that had bound her for so long. Serena's approach was marked by a quiet resolve, her movements deliberate as she glided through the water toward Adrian. There was a weight to the air around her, a sense of something significant about to unfold. Her expression was calm, but the subtle tension in her posture hinted at the gravity of the moment. In her hands, she held an ancient scroll, its edges frayed and its surface worn with age. The parchment was a relic from a time long past, its yellowed surface a testament to the centuries that had passed since it was first written. Adrian could sense the importance of this object, the way it seemed to pulse with the power of history, and he braced himself for what Serena was about to reveal. As she reached the sandy bed where Adrian rested, Serena unfurled the scroll with a careful, reverent motion. The delicate parchment crackled slightly, and the markings upon it shimmered in the bioluminescent light that bathed the grotto. Adrian leaned forward, his curiosity piqued by the sight of the document, though the weight of its mystery held him in place. Serena's fingers traced the intricate symbols on the scroll, her gaze fixed upon the ancient script. She took a deep breath before meeting Adrian's eyes, her voice low and steady, as if preparing to share a truth that would change everything. This scroll, Serena began, her tone thick with reverence, was created long ago by those who foresaw the events that would unfold here, in this very place. It speaks of the reef, of the magic that binds it, and of the curse that binds me. But more than that, it holds the key to understanding our path forward, the challenges that we will face, and the sacrifices that may be required of us. She paused, her eyes briefly flickering toward the horizon, as though the weight of the prophecy itself hung over them. This is no ordinary document. It is a map, a guide for those who would seek to restore balance. Adrian listened intently, his mind racing with the implications of her words. The significance of the scroll was clear. It was not just a record of their past, but a crucial piece of the puzzle that would determine their future. The reef's magic, Serena's curse, the prophecy, and their journey, they were all intertwined, bound by forces far greater than either of them fully understood. He could sense the enormity of the task before them, the challenges that lay in wait, but also the hope that came with the knowledge that this scroll might hold the answers they so desperately needed. Serena gently unrolled the scroll further, revealing a map of the reef and a series of symbols that seemed to dance before Adrian's eyes. "We will need to decipher these markings," she explained, her voice now tinged with a quiet urgency. "Some of them are warnings, others are instructions, but all of them are crucial to unlocking the magic that can break the curse. It will not be easy, Captain. The journey ahead will test us in ways we cannot yet imagine, but with this scroll, we may yet find the path to salvation." She looked at Adrian then, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. "Are you ready to continue?" As Adrian settled into the tranquil depths of the sanctuary, Serena moved to a quiet corner of the grotto, the weight of the scroll in her hands unmistakable. She unrolled it carefully, her fingers tracing the edges of the parchment, as though handling the ancient relic with a mix of reverence and caution. The symbols that covered the surface were complex, arranged in an intricate pattern that seemed to pulse with an energy all its own. Faded text ran across the scroll in an unfamiliar script, the ink aged but still legible enough to reveal the depth of its significance. Serena's eyes narrowed slightly as she studied the markings, her mind piecing together the fragments of knowledge she had accumulated over centuries. The scroll had been the key to so much of her understanding of the reef's magic, but even now, its full meaning eluded her. Serena's gaze flickered back to Adrian, resting nearby, the quiet rhythm of his breathing a stark contrast to the storm of thoughts raging in her mind. She knew that this moment would change the course of their journey, and perhaps their fates. Her heart was heavy with the knowledge that the path ahead would not be an easy one, that the revelations contained within the scroll were likely to bring both answers and burdens. Yet, it was a path they had to walk together. The scroll held the key to breaking the curse that bound her, and it was through Adrian's help that she hoped to finally unlock its secrets. The weight of her responsibility and the gravity of their mission settled over her like a cloak. As she traced the symbols with a practiced hand, the scroll seemed to respond, its intricate design shimmering slightly in the bioluminescent glow of the sanctuary. Some of the symbols appeared to shift, as if alive, reacting to the touch of someone who truly understood the magic that they represented. Serena's mind raced as she tried to piece together the fragmented knowledge she had gleaned over the years. She had studied the scroll for centuries, yet the full scope of its meaning remained elusive. It was only now, with Adrian by her side, that she felt a renewed sense of urgency to understand it completely. The answers to her curse, to the reef's delicate balance, and to their intertwined destinies were all hidden within these ancient symbols. Her fingers paused on one particular symbol, the lines of the mark familiar yet foreign. It was the key to unlocking the first step of their journey, the piece of the puzzle that would guide them toward understanding the curse that bound her. But Serena knew that deciphering it would not be simple. She glanced up at Adrian once more, her heart heavy with the burden of the secrets she was about to reveal. This symbol, she began softly, her voice steady despite the swirling emotions within her, is the first clue. It marks the place where we must begin our search. The magic of the reef is ancient, and it cannot be understood all at once. But with each step, we come closer to unraveling the truth. Serena unrolled the scroll further, revealing more markings, each one a potential key to the mysteries they were about to uncover. She knew that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, dangers, and sacrifices, but the first step had been taken. The scroll was no longer just a relic of the past, it was a map, a guide to the future. She turned her attention back to Adrian, her eyes meeting his with a quiet intensity. "We have much to learn, Captain," she said, her voice steady but filled with an unspoken promise. "And together, we will uncover the truth. The time has come to confront the prophecy in earnest," Serena said, her voice steady but laced with a quiet determination. She stood before Adrian, her gaze unwavering as she spoke, the ancient scrolls still unrolled in her hands. The weight of the words hung heavily between them, the enormity of what they were about to face settling in their hearts. For centuries, she had avoided fully confronting the prophecy's implications, but the moment had arrived. The curse that had bound her to the reef could not be broken without understanding the trials ahead, and she knew that only through their combined efforts would they be able to unravel the mysteries that had eluded her for so long. As Serena's eyes scanned the scroll once more, the intricate symbols seemed to pulse with life in the ambient glow of the sanctuary, as though they were alive with the magic of the reef. The words and images were a map, not just of the physical journey that awaited them, but of the emotional and spiritual trials they would face together. The prophecy spoke of tests that would push them to their limits, forcing them to confront not only the external forces threatening the reef but also the deepest fears and desires within themselves. Serena knew that these trials would challenge their resolve, but she also felt a strange sense of clarity. The answers were within their reach, they just had to be brave enough to seek them. Adrian, standing silently beside her, absorbed the gravity of her words. His expression was thoughtful, his brow furrowed as he processed what she had said. He had known that their journey would be fraught with dangers, but the weight of prophecy added a new layer of complexity to their mission. He had never imagined himself as part of a grand fate, but as Serena's words sank in, he began to realize that his role in this unfolding story was far more significant than he had initially believed. The reef, the curse, the magic, it was all interconnected, and now his own destiny was tied to theirs in ways he could not yet fully understand. Serena let out a quiet breath and turned her attention back to the scroll, her fingers brushing over the symbols as she began to translate their meaning aloud. The prophecy speaks of 3 trials, she explained, her voice carrying a sense of both reverence and urgency. The first trial is the trial of the heart, where we must face our deepest fears and desires. The second is the trial of the reef, where we will be tested by the very forces of nature that govern this world. And the third is the trial of sacrifice, where the greatest cost will be asked of us. These trials are not just about survival, they are about transformation. As the weight of Serena's words settled between them, Adrian couldn't help but feel a mixture of awe and apprehension. The trials were not just external tests of strength or skill, but deep, personal challenges that would require them to confront parts of themselves they had long ignored or hidden. Yet, as daunting as it seemed, Adrian felt a sense of resolve building within him. He was no longer just a bystander in this grand story. He was a part of it, bound to Serena and the reef by forces greater than either of them could fully comprehend. "We'll face them together," he said, his voice resolute, though the uncertainty of what lay ahead still loomed. "Whatever it takes, we'll see this through." Adrian, now fully alert and curious, sat up and leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the ancient scroll that Serena held before him. The weight of the moment pressed upon him. This was no longer just about navigating the waters of the reef or breaking Serena's curse. This prophecy spoke of something deeper, something more intricate, and the challenges that lay ahead were likely to test not just their strength but their very will. His heart quickened with a mix of anticipation and trepidation as he glanced at Serena, eager to understand the trials that would shape their path. Serena's gaze was fixed on the scroll, her fingers gently tracing the faded symbols, as if connecting with the ancient knowledge etched into the parchment. She took a deep breath, her expression one of quiet determination, before she spoke. "The first trial is the trial of the heart," she began, her voice steady but carrying a somber weight. "It is a test of our innermost fears and desires, a challenge that will force us to confront what we have hidden away from ourselves. It is not just a battle with external forces, but an internal reckoning with the parts of us that are vulnerable, broken, or afraid." Adrian's brow furrowed as he listened intently. The notion of facing one's deepest fears was a daunting thought, but it resonated with him. He had spent much of his life in control, a captain always focused on the present and the tangible. To be forced to confront something so intangible and personal was unsettling, but he knew it was a necessary part of the journey. "What does the second trial involve?" he asked, unable to keep the urgency from his voice. The first trial, though terrifying, at least seemed something he could comprehend. The second, however, was a mystery. "The trial of the reef," Serena continued, her voice softening as she spoke of the place that had shaped so much of her life. "This is a test of endurance and connection. We will face the raw forces of nature, the violent currents, the creatures that inhabit the depths, the very magic that sustains the reef. It will push us to the brink, forcing us to draw on every ounce of strength and unity we possess. But it is not only about survival, it is about understanding and working in harmony with the reef's power. Only by respecting its balance can we hope to pass this trial." Adrian sat in silence, processing the weight of Serena's words. The reef, with its beauty and danger, was a living entity, and to face it directly would require more than just physical strength. It would require a deep, intuitive understanding of its forces. He felt the sting of responsibility settling heavily on his shoulders. This journey was no longer just about breaking a curse. It was about understanding a world he had barely begun to grasp. He glanced at Serena, sensing her own resolve hardening in the face of the challenges to come. "And the final trial?" he asked, the question hanging in the air like an unspoken threat. Serena's gaze grew distant as she took a moment before answering, the weight of the final trial more pronounced in her silence. The trial of sacrifice, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. This is the most difficult of them all, for it demands something precious, something irreplaceable. The cost may be beyond what we are willing to give, but it is the only way to break the curse and ensure the safety of the reef. It is the trial where we may lose something dear, perhaps even each other. The finality of her words lingered in the space between them, a reminder that their journey would be filled with sacrifices, and the true meaning of sacrifice was still to be revealed. Serena's eyes traced the faded symbols on the scroll, her expression focused and solemn. She carefully translated the ancient text, each word laden with a weight of history and significance. The prophecy speaks of a journey fraught with trials that test both our resolve and our bond, she said, her voice steady but heavy with the gravity of what she was reading. It is said that only through overcoming these trials can we hope to break the curse that binds me to the reef. The words seemed to pulse with a hidden power, as if the very sea itself had woven this fate into the fabric of time. Adrian listened intently, his gaze fixed on Serena as she spoke, the depth of her knowledge and the urgency of their mission becoming ever clearer. The trials she spoke of were not merely physical, he could sense that. They would challenge their spirits, their trust in each other, and perhaps even their very sense of who they were. The bond they had forged, fragile yet powerful, would be tested in ways neither of them could anticipate. What kind of trials are we talking about? He asked, his voice thick with a mix of curiosity and concern. Serena paused for a moment, her brow furrowing as she read further, the lines of the prophecy revealing more with each translation. The first trial is called the trial of the heart, she explained, her voice tinged with a hint of regret. It is a trial of inner strength, where we must face the darkest parts of ourselves, our fears, regrets, and desires. We will be forced to confront what we have buried deep within our hearts, the parts of us that we dare not acknowledge. Only by overcoming these internal struggles can we proceed. The weight of those words hung heavily in the air, and Adrian could feel the tension tighten in his chest. He had always prided himself on his ability to face danger head-on, but this trial, the trial of the heart, was something entirely different. The second trial, Serena continued, her voice softer now as she read the next portion of the prophecy, is the trial of the reef. This one is more tangible, but no less demanding. It will push us to our physical and emotional limits as we are forced to navigate the wild and unpredictable forces of the ocean, the treacherous currents, the creatures that lurk in its depths, and the ever-changing magic of the reef itself. Only through resilience and unity can we hope to survive it. Serena's eyes met Adrian's, and for the first time, a flicker of uncertainty passed through her gaze. We must learn to work together as never before, to become attuned to the reef's rhythms, or we will perish. Adrian absorbed the weight of the second trial with a quiet nod, knowing deep in his bones that they were walking into something far more dangerous than he had imagined. But the final trial, the trial of sacrifice, seemed to draw an even heavier shadow over them. Serena's voice grew more somber as she read aloud the final part of the prophecy. The last trial will ask us to make a sacrifice, a personal, irreplaceable loss. What we give up may seem too much to bear, but it is the only way to break the curse that binds me and restore balance to the reef. Her eyes met his with an intensity that spoke of both dread and resolve. This trial will test not just our strength, but the very essence of our connection. We must be prepared for anything. Serena's voice broke the stillness of the sanctuary, her words carrying an ancient weight as they echoed softly through the water. In the depths of the sea, where shadows and light intertwine, a path will be revealed, she read, her tone steady yet reverberating with the depth of the prophecy's meaning. Adrian listened closely, his attention fixed on her, the words seeming to reach into the very heart of the ocean itself. The imagery of light and shadow was both beautiful and ominous, as if it hinted at the complexity and danger of the journey that awaited them. The sea was no mere backdrop, it was a participant in the trials they would face. As she continued, the gravity of the prophecy deepened. The chosen must face the trials of courage, wisdom, and sacrifice. Serena recited, her voice carrying an unmistakable note of solemnity. Adrian's heart tightened as the reality of the challenges ahead began to crystallize. Courage, wisdom, and sacrifice, each trial was an immense test in its own right. He had known danger, had fought in battles and survived countless hardships, but these trials felt different. They were not just tests of strength or skill, but of character, of their very souls. He felt a growing sense of responsibility to not only face these challenges himself but to do so alongside Serena, to bear this burden with her. Serena paused, her gaze briefly flickering to the glowing coral around them, as though seeking guidance from the very sea that held them in its embrace. Only through unity and unwavering determination will the curse be lifted, she continued, the final words lingering in the water like a prayer. The message was clear. This was not a journey to be undertaken alone. They had to rely on one another, trust in their bond, and find strength in their shared purpose. Adrian felt a surge of resolve rise within him. The thought of facing the unknown with Serena by his side gave him a sense of purpose, but also an undeniable weight of responsibility. The prophecy's promise of unity struck Adrian deeply. He had spent much of his life alone, relying on his own instincts and skills to survive. But now, with Serena and the trials ahead, he understood that the path to breaking the curse would require not just his strength, but the trust and collaboration of both their hearts and minds. He looked at Serena, who stood unwavering before him, her expression resolute yet tinged with a quiet sorrow. They were bound by the sea, by destiny, and by the curse that had brought them together. The stakes were high, but together they might just have a chance. As Serena finished reading, the water around them seemed to grow stiller, as if the very ocean was holding its breath, waiting for their next move. The weight of the prophecy settled over Adrian like a cloak, but instead of feeling burdened, he felt galvanized. There was no turning back from this journey. The trials would come, and he and Serena would face them together, as the prophecy demanded. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: they would have to be more than just allies. They would have to be partners in every sense of the word. Adrian's brow furrowed as he processed the gravity of Serena's words, his mind racing to grasp the full scope of the prophecy. The trials of courage, wisdom, and sacrifice were not abstract concepts, they were tangible, looming challenges that would test them both in ways they couldn't yet imagine. What do these trials involve? He asked, his voice steady but tinged with an edge of uncertainty. How will we know when we're facing them? His gaze remained fixed on the scroll in Serena's hands, as if the answers might be hidden within the delicate lines of the ancient text. Serena paused for a moment, her eyes tracing the intricate symbols on the parchment before looking up at Adrian. The trials are not easily defined, she began, her voice calm but serious. They will manifest in ways we cannot predict, testing our very essence. The trial of courage may not be a simple battle, but rather a test of our resolve in the face of fear, of confronting the darkness within and without. The trial of wisdom will demand that we see beyond the obvious, that we make decisions that go against our instincts, perhaps even at great personal cost. Her words hung heavy in the air, each trial more daunting than the last. As Serena spoke, Adrian felt a chill creep down his spine. These weren't the types of challenges one could easily prepare for. There were no maps or strategies to navigate the trials ahead, no clear enemies to defeat. They were to face trials that would stretch their very limits, emotionally, mentally, and physically. And the trial of sacrifice? Adrian asked, his voice a bit more hushed, as if even the word carried a weight he wasn't yet ready to bear. He couldn't help but wonder what price they might have to pay for success, and if it would cost them something they couldn't afford to lose. Serena's gaze softened, a quiet understanding passing between them. The trial of sacrifice will be the hardest. It will demand that we let go of something precious, something we may not want to part with. It may be a part of our past, a belief we hold dear, or even a personal desire that we must abandon for the greater good. She hesitated before continuing, as though the words themselves were a reminder of her own struggles with sacrifice. We will know when we're facing these trials because they will challenge us in the core of our being. There will be no mistaking it when the time comes. Adrian sat in silence for a long moment, the weight of her words settling over him like a storm. The path ahead was clear in one sense. They had no choice but to face these trials head-on, to overcome whatever tests lay in their path. But another part of him, the part that had always kept his heart guarded, was filled with apprehension. Could he truly meet the challenges of courage, wisdom, and sacrifice? And could he do so with Serena by his side? She was right. They would know when the trials came, but that didn't make them any less daunting. He turned his gaze to her, seeking reassurance in her steady presence. Together, they would face whatever came, no matter how impossible it seemed. Serena's gaze turned inward as she spoke, her expression clouded by a mixture of contemplation and wariness. "The trials are not merely physical," she said, her voice soft but steady. "They will challenge our hearts and minds, pushing us to confront not only external obstacles but also the fears and doubts we carry within ourselves. They are designed to test us in ways that go beyond mere endurance. They will reach into the very core of who we are." Adrian could sense the weight of her words, and he wondered if she had already faced some of these trials herself. He knew that, for someone bound to the reef for centuries, the stakes of this journey were personal and profound. "The trials will ask more than we think we can give," Serena continued, her eyes distant, as if recalling some deep memory. "They will force us to examine our vulnerabilities, to question our beliefs and our instincts. It is not enough to simply survive them. We must grow through them, evolving into something stronger than we were before. They are not just obstacles to overcome, they are catalysts, meant to forge us into better allies, more capable of working together in the face of whatever we might face." Her voice held a quiet intensity, and Adrian could tell she was speaking from experience. The idea of the trials challenging them both, and their relationship, struck a chord deep within him. Adrian found himself absorbing every word, trying to understand the magnitude of what they were about to undertake. He could already feel the stirrings of uncertainty within him. Would he be able to work alongside Serena as an equal, without letting his own fears or pride get in the way? Their journey had already begun to test their partnership, but the trials Serena described would push them both further. He had to trust not only in his own abilities but also in Serena's strength. And yet, something about her words made him wonder if they were preparing for more than just physical challenges. What deeper struggles would they face, ones that couldn't be predicted? Serena's eyes met his, and she seemed to sense his thoughts. "The true strength we will find is not in the magic of the reef or our own abilities, but in our capacity to rely on each other," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Only together can we hope to unlock the power needed to break my curse. If we falter in our trust, or if we allow fear or doubt to pull us apart, we will fail. These trials are not only about personal strength, they are about learning to stand together as one." There was an unwavering certainty in her tone, as though she had already seen the path ahead and understood the risks involved. The silence that followed was heavy with the gravity of what Serena had said. Adrian felt the full weight of their quest bearing down on him, and yet, there was a flicker of resolve that began to take root in his chest. He didn't know exactly what the trials would look like or how they would challenge him, but one thing was certain: he would face them with Serena at his side. The bond between them, fragile and uncertain as it sometimes felt, was also the key to unlocking the strength they needed to succeed. He nodded slowly, a quiet determination settling over him. "Then we face it together," he said softly. "Whatever comes, we'll face it as allies." Serena paused, her voice heavy with the weight of what she was about to reveal. Adrian could see that this was a moment of great importance, and he felt the air grow still as she allowed the gravity of the prophecy to settle between them. Her eyes met his with an intensity that made him understand how much was riding on the path ahead. "The first trial is one of courage," she said, her tone unyielding. "We will be faced with dangers that may seem insurmountable, forcing us to confront our deepest fears." Her words echoed in Adrian's mind as he imagined what kind of terror the trials could hold. There were many things he feared: failure, losing those he cared about, the unknown depths of the sea itself. But he had learned that courage wasn't about the absence of fear. It was about facing it head-on. The second trial is of wisdom, Serena continued, her voice gaining strength with each word. We must solve puzzles and uncover hidden truths that will test our intellect and understanding. It will not be enough to rely on strength or force. We will need insight and knowledge to navigate through these challenges. Adrian felt a twinge of uncertainty at this. He had always been a man of action, preferring to face obstacles head-on with strength and determination. But now, he realized, he would need to rely on something deeper, his ability to think and reason. The idea of solving puzzles in the heart of danger was both daunting and exhilarating. He knew that Serena's wisdom would be invaluable, but he also understood that he had to contribute equally if they were to succeed. Serena's gaze softened as she spoke of the final trial, and Adrian could sense the vulnerability in her voice. The final trial is one of sacrifice, she said quietly. To break the curse, we may have to give up something precious to us. The words hung in the air like a shadow, and Adrian's heart tightened as he considered the implications. What could he possibly be asked to give up? His freedom? His dreams? Or something even more personal? Serena had lived for centuries bound to the reef, and it seemed that she already knew what it meant to sacrifice. But for Adrian, the idea of losing something he held dear was a daunting prospect. He felt a deep sense of responsibility toward Serena and the reef, but the thought of giving up something precious weighed heavily on him. As Serena finished speaking, the magnitude of the journey ahead hit Adrian all at once. Each trial, while daunting in its own right, also felt like a necessary step toward their goal. But the sacrifices they might have to make, the personal losses they could endure, it all seemed too much to fathom. Yet, as he looked at Serena, standing there with a calm resolve, he realized that there was no turning back. They had chosen this path, together, and whatever the trials required of them, they would face it with unwavering determination. I understand, Adrian said, his voice firm but filled with a deep resolve. We will face these trials, no matter what they demand of us. Together. Serena nodded, her expression a mixture of gratitude and solemnity. I knew you would understand, she said softly. The road ahead will not be easy, but I believe in our ability to succeed. Whatever we face, we will do it side by side, with courage, wisdom, and the willingness to sacrifice what is needed. As she spoke, Adrian could see the trust she placed in him, a trust he had yet to fully comprehend but felt deeply honored to carry. Together, they would face the trials, face their fears, and if the prophecy was true, face the possibility of breaking Serena's curse and restoring balance to the reef. It was a daunting prospect, but with each word Serena spoke, Adrian's determination grew stronger. They were in this together, and that was all that mattered. Adrian's brow furrowed as he processed the weight of Serena's words, each trial more daunting than the last. His mind raced, turning over the implications of what she had shared. Courage, wisdom, sacrifice, each one required not just physical strength, but a deep well of inner fortitude. He had faced danger before, but these trials felt different, more personal. The idea of confronting his deepest fears, solving ancient puzzles, and potentially giving up something precious to break a curse, it was overwhelming. He had always relied on his instincts and actions, but this journey required more than that. He needed to be prepared in ways he had never anticipated. These trials sound formidable, he finally said, his voice heavy with concern. How do we prepare for them? Serena's gaze softened, as though she had anticipated his question. She took a step closer, her voice steady but filled with the weight of her centuries of experience. The trials will not be overcome by brute strength alone, she began. You must learn to trust not only in your body, but in your heart and mind as well. Each trial will ask something different of you, and you will need to be flexible, adaptable. Courage alone may not be enough to carry you through the trials of fear, and wisdom alone may falter in the face of danger. You must learn to balance them, to wield them as one. She paused, her eyes scanning the horizon of the sanctuary. It will require discipline, reflection, and trust in the bond we share. Adrian nodded slowly, taking in her words. He had always believed that facing challenges head-on was the key to overcoming them, but Serena's wisdom challenged that notion. The journey ahead was not just about physical endurance. It was about mental and emotional strength as well. He had faced battles where he had to think on his feet. But this was a different kind of fight. Balance, he repeated, his voice thoughtful. I understand. But how do we build that kind of strength? How do we cultivate the wisdom we'll need? Serena's expression softened as she considered his question, her voice gentle yet firm. You will learn through the trials themselves, she said, her eyes meeting his with an unwavering certainty. But there are ways to begin now. You must open yourself to the magic of the sea, to the energy that flows through this place. It will teach you, if you are willing to listen. Trust your intuition, and do not be afraid to question what you know. You must also be willing to let go of old beliefs that may no longer serve you. The sea is full of mysteries, and you must be willing to embrace the unknown. As she spoke, Adrian felt the weight of the challenge before him grow heavier. But a part of him also felt something else, a stirring of determination. He was not alone on this path. Serena had walked this road for centuries, and though her burden was great, she had endured. With her guidance, he believed he could face whatever trials lay ahead. I will prepare, Adrian said finally, his voice steady and resolute. I'll learn to trust the sea, trust you, and trust myself. We'll face these trials together. Whatever it takes. He could feel the depth of their shared mission, the importance of the bond they were forming, and he knew that, though the trials would test them both, their resolve was already stronger than any fear or challenge the prophecy could throw their way. Serena's gaze softened with determination, her words ringing with a quiet conviction that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the sea. We prepare by trusting in each other and embracing the strength we find in our unity, she said, her voice steady but filled with an undercurrent of urgency. She took a step closer to Adrian, her presence like the steady pull of the tides, grounding him in the moment. The bond between us is the key to overcoming these challenges. It is only through facing them together that we can hope to break the curse and fulfill the prophecy. We must stand side by side, not just as allies, but as partners, relying on each other's strengths and supporting each other's weaknesses. Adrian looked at her, his mind grappling with the weight of her words. He had always prided himself on his ability to handle things on his own, but there was something undeniable in Serena's voice, something that made him realize that this journey was not one he could undertake alone. The stakes were too high, and the trials were too great. The bond they shared was not just about survival, it was about understanding, trust, and mutual reliance. He could feel the shift in his perspective, the realization that the greatest strength would lie not in their individual abilities, but in the unity they would build together. You're right, he said after a moment, his voice steady with newfound resolve. We have to trust each other, and trust that we're stronger together than we could ever be apart. Serena nodded, her eyes reflecting a deep well of wisdom. Exactly. The path ahead will be uncertain, and the trials will push us to our limits. But it is in our unity that we will find the courage to face what lies ahead. When fear threatens to overwhelm us, it is the strength we draw from each other that will carry us through. And when the trials test our wisdom, it will be the bond we share that will guide us to the right answers. She paused, her gaze softening as she met his eyes. The greatest challenge of all will be the willingness to sacrifice. The curse cannot be broken without it. Are you prepared to give up something precious for the greater good? The question hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Adrian's heart clenched as he considered the weight of her words. The idea of sacrifice was never easy to accept, especially when it meant giving up something that was deeply personal. Yet he knew that this was the crux of their journey. Breaking the curse, saving Serena, and protecting the reef would require more than just bravery. It would demand something far more profound. I don't know what I might have to give up, he admitted, his voice quiet but resolute. But I'm willing to make that sacrifice if it means breaking the curse and helping you. We're in this together, and I won't turn back. Serena's expression softened, a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. That is the strength we need, she said gently. The willingness to give of ourselves, without hesitation, for the greater good. That is what will allow us to face the trials ahead with courage and resolve. She took a step back, allowing the weight of their shared commitment to settle between them like a vow. When the time comes, we will know what we must sacrifice, and we will do so with the knowledge that it is for the future, for the reef, for the sea, and for each other. Adrian nodded, the unspoken promise between them forming a bond stronger than any words could capture. Together, they would face the trials, and together, they would triumph. Adrian nodded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose settle within him. His gaze drifted over the tranquil waters, a stark contrast to the storm they had survived together. "We've already faced one trial together, the storm and the shipwreck," he said, his voice firm with resolve. The memories of that harrowing night, the crashing waves, and the destruction of the Crimson Tempest seemed both distant and fresh in his mind. But despite the chaos, despite the terror, they had made it through. And they had made it through together. That thought solidified something inside him, something deeper than just the need to survive. It was a connection forged in the heart of danger, a bond that now felt like an unbreakable foundation beneath his feet. Serena's eyes met his, a quiet understanding passing between them. She had witnessed the storm's fury firsthand, had felt the weight of the curse pressing down on them both. Yet, despite everything they had endured, "That storm was just the beginning," she said softly, but there was no fear in her voice, only a certainty. "It was the first test of our resolve. The trials we will face next will not be so forgiving, but we have shown that we can overcome even the most dangerous of forces when we stand together." Her words were a reminder that they were stronger than they had been alone, and that this strength would be their greatest asset in the days to come. Adrian's gaze hardened with newfound determination. "I won't let anything happen to you, Serena. Not after all you've done for me." He could feel the weight of his promise, a vow to protect the one person who had shared this strange, perilous journey with him. But it wasn't just about protection, it was about partnership. What they were building together was something far more meaningful than a mere alliance. It was a deep, mutual respect, a bond that grew with each shared struggle. "We've already come so far, and I know we can go further. I believe in us. I believe in this." His hand clenched into a fist, as though to drive the point home. Serena looked at him with a mixture of admiration and gratitude. "You're right," she agreed, her voice steady. "As long as we support each other, there is no trial that can break us. It is in our unity that we will find the strength to face whatever comes next. And that unity is the key to breaking the curse, to uncovering the secrets of the reef, and to ensuring its safety." Her words were not just a reflection of their shared purpose. They were a reminder that this journey was not one they could walk alone. They needed each other, not just for survival, but for the success of the mission they had undertaken together. A calm silence fell between them as both of them stood on the edge of the sanctuary, gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean. The sea stretched endlessly before them, a reminder of both the challenges and the beauty that awaited them. Adrian's mind, once clouded with doubt and uncertainty, now felt clear. Their bond had been tested in the storm, and it had withstood. As long as they held onto each other, they could face anything. "Together," Adrian said quietly, his voice filled with a certainty that mirrored Serena's. "We will face it all. Whatever comes next, we'll face it together." The words felt like a pact, an unspoken promise that neither of them would falter, no matter what trials lay ahead. And with that, they turned back to the sanctuary, ready to take on whatever the future had in store for them. Serena's eyes softened as she spoke, a glimmer of hope flickering in their depths. It was subtle, but Adrian caught it, a quiet light that seemed to brighten in the face of the uncertainty they both faced. "Indeed," she affirmed, her voice steady but filled with an underlying warmth. "The trials will test us, but they will also reveal our true potential." Her words echoed through the quiet sanctuary, resonating deeply within Adrian. Despite the daunting nature of the challenges ahead, there was an undeniable strength in her conviction, an unwavering belief that they could overcome whatever obstacles stood in their path. She paused for a moment, as if weighing the importance of what she was about to say. "The prophecy's warning is not one of despair but of preparation," Serena continued, her gaze never leaving his. "It is a reminder that the journey will be difficult, that the road will be fraught with trials, but it is also a sign that we have the power to rise to them. It is not meant to break us, but to shape us into the allies we must be to break the curse. Her words, though spoken softly, held a profound weight. A reminder that everything they had faced so far, and everything they would face in the future, was part of a greater plan, one that they were destined to fulfill together. Adrian listened intently, his heart swelling with a mixture of admiration and determination. He understood now that the trials were not just a series of obstacles to be overcome. They were opportunities to unlock a deeper understanding of themselves and their bond. "So, the prophecy doesn't foretell failure?" he asked, his voice low but steady. "It's about what we can become by the end of it." Serena nodded, her expression calm but resolute. The glimmer of hope in her eyes had grown brighter, as if the very essence of the reef's magic had woven itself into her being. "Exactly," she replied. "These trials are the crucible in which we will be forged, and through them, we will emerge stronger, more united, and ready to break the curse once and for all. The reef's magic will guide us," she added, her voice almost a whisper now, as though speaking to the very sea itself. "It is more than just the water and the creatures that inhabit it. It is the very heart of this place, and it is intertwined with our journey. It has been waiting for someone worthy to unlock its full potential, and now that we are here, it will offer us its strength, just as we offer ours to each other." Adrian felt a shiver of recognition run through him. He had always known the sea was more than just a vast expanse of water. It was alive, breathing, and pulsating with a power far greater than anything he had ever understood. And now, with Serena by his side, he was beginning to glimpse the true depths of that power. He looked at Serena, a sense of deep resolve settling in his chest. "We are not alone in this," he repeated, his voice firm with the understanding that had begun to take root in him. "Together, we will face whatever comes next, and with the reef's magic on our side, we'll have everything we need to break the curse and protect this place." Serena's smile was soft but knowing, as if she had seen this moment coming, as if she had always known that they would find this unity in the face of adversity. "Yes," she agreed, her tone steady and sure. "Together, we will succeed. And no matter how difficult the path, we will walk it side by side." As the soft light from the bioluminescent coral bathed the underwater sanctuary in its calming glow, Adrian and Serena stood together, absorbing the serenity of their surroundings. The peaceful ambience of the grotto seemed to wrap around them like a protective embrace, the flickering light casting gentle shadows across the smooth coral walls. Despite the tranquility that surrounded them, there was a palpable tension in the air, a quiet awareness of the monumental task ahead. Yet, in this moment of stillness, they found strength in each other's presence. The beauty of the sanctuary, combined with their shared resolve, ignited a deep sense of connection between them, a bond that was now unbreakable and rooted in the understanding of their mutual purpose. The weight of the prophecy, and the trials they would soon face was not lost on either of them. They had already experienced a taste of the dangers that lurked in the depths, and the road ahead would undoubtedly test them in ways they could not yet fathom. But as they stood in the gentle light, side by side, they realized that they were no longer just two individuals with separate goals. The trials were not only challenges to overcome but opportunities to strengthen the bond between them. What had begun as a reluctant partnership had now evolved into something much more profound. They had a shared commitment not only to breaking the curse that bound Serena but to each other, a trust forged in the fire of their trials and their unwavering determination. The glow from the coral illuminated their faces, revealing the subtle changes in their expressions. Adrian's brow furrowed with quiet resolve, Serena's eyes reflecting a mixture of hope and calm determination. Together, they were ready to face the unknown. They both understood that the coming trials would be the ultimate test of their courage, wisdom, and ability to sacrifice. Yet, in each other's eyes, they found not just support but an unspoken promise. They would face these challenges as one, with no fear of what was to come. The reef, with all its magic and mystery, had drawn them together, and they knew that it would be their strength, just as much as the bond they shared, that would carry them through. Serena, feeling the weight of her long-held burden, glanced at Adrian, her gaze softening as she spoke. "We are ready," she said, her voice steady but filled with an underlying sense of purpose. The path before us may be treacherous, but we've already begun to unlock the strength that lies within us. The trials will demand everything from us, but I believe, with every part of my being, that we can succeed. Adrian met her gaze, his heart stirred by the sincerity of her words. She was no longer just the guardian of the reef or a mystical figure tied to its curse. She was a partner in every sense, someone whose strength and spirit he could count on as much as his own. As they stood in the sanctuary, the gentle hum of the underwater world surrounding them, Adrian felt a surge of clarity. The ocean, with its vastness and depth, mirrored the journey they were about to embark on. It was unpredictable, powerful, and at times, overwhelming. But in that very uncertainty, they found their greatest source of strength. They would face the trials together, side by side, as partners bound by more than just a shared destiny. They were united by trust, courage, and a promise to protect what was sacred. The challenges ahead were daunting, but with Serena at his side and the power of the reef behind them, Adrian felt ready for whatever the sea would throw their way. With the prophecy's warning now clear in their minds, Adrian and Serena stood at the threshold of a journey that would change the course of their lives. The weight of the challenges ahead was undeniable, each trial more formidable than the last, yet neither of them faltered. Their eyes met with a shared understanding. This was the beginning of something far greater than either had imagined. The unknown stretched before them like an endless ocean, full of hidden dangers and untold mysteries. Yet, in the quiet strength they found in one another, they could not help but feel a renewed sense of purpose. The bond they had forged through their trials thus far was a foundation upon which they would build their future, a promise that neither would face the trials alone. Serena's gaze, filled with the wisdom of centuries, softened as she looked at Adrian. The path ahead was fraught with peril, and she knew that the trials would test them in ways that neither could predict. But there was something unwavering in Adrian's resolve, a fire in his heart that mirrored her own. The prophecy had not only foretold the trials they would face but had also shown them the strength they had yet to discover within themselves. With each passing moment, the gravity of their journey settled deeper in their hearts, but so did the knowledge that they were ready. They were no longer merely two individuals thrust together by fate. They were a team, united by a shared cause and a growing trust that would guide them through even the darkest of times. As they prepared to set forth, the sanctuary around them seemed to pulse with the energy of the reef, as though it, too, recognized the significance of their mission. The tranquil waters that had offered them solace now served as a reminder of the strength that lay beneath the surface, waiting to be tapped into. Adrian took a deep breath, the cool ocean air filling his lungs as he steadied himself for the trials that lay ahead. Serena, too, stood resolute beside him, her presence a beacon of calm amidst the uncertainty. There was no turning back now. The reef's magic had already entwined their fates, and they both understood that there would be no retreat, only forward, into the unknown. The first trial would test their courage, a challenge that would push them to confront their deepest fears. Serena had already seen the shadows that haunted Adrian's heart, and she knew that facing these fears would be the true test of their strength. It would not be easy, but they would face it together. The second trial, of wisdom, would demand that they unlock hidden truths and solve puzzles that only their combined intellect could unravel. There would be moments of doubt, moments when the weight of the prophecy seemed too much to bear. But they had come this far, and with each trial, they would grow stronger, their bond deepening with every obstacle they overcame. Finally, the trial of sacrifice loomed in the distance, its significance both daunting and necessary. To break the curse and protect the reef, one or both of them would have to give up something precious, something that would test their very sense of self. It was a sobering thought, but not one that broke their resolve. They had already sacrificed so much to reach this point, and they both understood that true redemption often came at a cost. But no matter what the future held, they would face it with unwavering determination. Their journey was just beginning, and together, they would rise to meet whatever came next, guided by the light of their shared purpose and the strength of their bond.